From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be across this great land of ours and well beyond. Commercially, from the island of Guam in the Pacific, Iraq, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, and our rocks south into South America, north all the way to the pole and worldwide on the Internet. This is Coast to Coast to Coast to Coast to Coast AM. Hi there, everybody. Welcoming yet another new affiliate tonight. That would be KTXX in Salinas, California. 1460 on the dial in Salinas. I know that area well. And I'd like to say hello to Jeff Wilson, who's the general manager there, and Corey Michaels. Both of these people are really nice guys. So there you have it, yet another new one getting that close to 500 affiliates. KTXX Salinas, 1460. So if you're in the area, check them out. Just wait till you hear what you've got in store for you. Even I don't know. First of all, new on the website tonight, something pretty cool. I don't know whether you knew this or not, but I'm kind of friends with Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top. And Billy wrote me a letter, wrote Ramona and I a letter, and with it sent a photograph that is so cool. I had no idea Billy was doing this. Billy went up in the Vomit Comet and experienced weightlessness. God, I would love to do that. I wonder how much it costs to go up in that thing. Anyway, we've got a copy of the letter that he sent to us, to Ramona and myself, and that we've got a photograph of Billy in the Vomit Comet. And then, if you keep going down a little bit, you're going to see a wonderful article. But in the middle, between the letter and the photograph, you will see Vomit Comet video, 800K. MPEG. And in that, you will see Billy Gibbons floating in the air with his guitar floating above his head. Pretty cool stuff. So, all right for you, Billy. Billy, let me know, will you, what it costs to do that? That's something I'd really, really, really love to do. If even, just once, get up there and what do you suppose weightlessness is really like? I have no idea. The closest thing that we, I guess, can experience on Earth to weightlessness, obviously, is diving in a pool or in the ocean or in water, right? Weightless, sort of, but not quite the same thing as just floating in air. Just floating in the air. Can you imagine that? Well, Billy did it. So we've got the letter, we've got the photograph, and we've got the video, courtesy of ZZ Top's Billy Gibbons. Now, McVeigh, I see, indeed, today asked a judge to delay his execution, which is strange. I don't get it. He wanted to die, right? And then the FBI came along and said, well, we've got these documents, but they don't bear on guilt. And now he wants to delay his own execution, so I don't know. Maybe as he got closer to meeting with whoever he's going to meet when that time comes, he decided he'd rather put it off for a while. Senator James Jeffords, who last week left the Republican Party, has decided to give all his money back to those who supported him when he ran for office. An honorable thing to do, I guess. And that'd probably be a lot of money. It costs a lot of money to run for the Senate, millions and millions of dollars. President Bush would like a military spending increase in 2002. In addition to the $5.6 billion hike he is planning for the current Pentagon budget, it would seem that he wants even more. So he might add even more to his originally proposed $310 billion budget. And so I don't know. What are we doing? Who is it we are protecting against? The Chinese, sure, to some degree, I guess. But it seems to me with the Soviet bloc gone, and they really are gone. I mean, they are just absolutely clueless, moneyless, without any clear political direction. They're just gone. yes, the nukes are still there, of course, but it seems to me a time that we would not necessarily be increasing our military budget, maybe holding steady, but I don't know about increasing. But that's what they're going to do. We are going to do a program tonight on the shadow people. And there is a lady who contacted me, a doctor, Dr. Morgan Spence, who said she has been researching the shadow people for 11 years. She has a new website up. It just went up last few days called shadowbeings.com. We've got a link on our site to it. She'll be here next hour. But I thought I would read you the following letter. And this is just plucked out among thousands and thousands and thousands of letters. Art, I would like to start off by respectfully requesting that my name, location, and company be withheld should you choose to air any of my theory as to the cause of the increased sightings of shadow people. And he goes on to explain where he works. He is a very technical person, let me tell you. I'm withholding the information. Very technical person. He says his job requires him to report accurately and technically. When I first heard about shadow people, I said, okay, mass hysteria or simple minds at work. I understand some people have seen shadow people for many years. I have a theory of why sightings may be increasing. I'd never seen one or anything else paranormal till this weekend. Two reasons I feel might have caused this and possibly be the cause of more prevalent sightings of this phenomenon. This weekend at work, we were testing a laser scanning display that we manufacture for military aircraft. For many hours, I was looking at this display, which rapidly flashes patterns generated by the laser assembly, which simulates generating 3D images of ground targets. I guess you can begin guessing where he works, huh? The system is mounted in an aircraft, and it scans objects with a laser. The computer then takes the length of each beam pulse and returns to generate an image similar to how a sonar works. Anyway, I was also I had happened to purchase a DVD player this weekend. I was quite impressed with the quality and sharpness of the picture, but I noticed that my eyes felt different while I was watching a rather long movie about D-Day. Nothing uncomfortable or bothersome, just different. When I returned to work and began working with the laser again, I noticed this feeling increasing. It felt as if my vision was speeding up, kind of like I was looking at things in slightly fast forward. At first I thought it was from fatigue, but I noticed the edges of my vision becoming pixelated, not blurry, but the image was a collage of small flashing blocks, kind of like looking through some really small block glass. I guess you've all done that, right? Only being able to focus clearly on a central cone directly in front of me. I knew the laser had something to do with it, so I took a break, rubbed my eyes, went to get some coffee. As I was pouring my cup, that's when I saw it. My vision was still in the pixelated state, but I noticed a quick dark blur out of the corner of my left eye. When I turned, well, let's just say I was glad to have used the restroom earlier. There, in the corner of the office, was what looked like a small child wearing a dark robe of smoke, huddled in the corner. I could not make out the face or any details, but I could tell that as I stood there staring at it, it was turning its head to look at me. When its head was in alignment, so it was, in quotes, looking at me, it stood to about 4 feet tall, quickly sprinted along the wall, and just vanished. Not into anything, but like it began moving fast enough, like going into warp speed or something, so I couldn't quite see it anymore. It just stopped existing in front of me as it sped along the wall. Art, I know what I saw. I just stood there, frozen with fear, because I had no idea what in the hell I was seeing. We remained looking at each other for at least 20 seconds before it sped off. I was wondering how many people who report seeing shadow people own and frequently use equipment that produces rapidly moving digital images, DVDs, PCs, digital camcorders, and cameras that are displayed at different or possibly higher or lower frame rates than our eyes are normally used to seeing. Is a light going on there, folks? Anyway, he goes on, I'm sure looking at the laser display for hours could only have accelerated these effects. I'm telling you, Art, I don't believe in ghosts or spirits. I was an Army Ranger before entering my current field. I've seen plenty of things out in the woods at night that'll get your heart pounding and freeze you for a second. Those things go away when you look right at them. And we were trained to look at things with the edge of your vision, using the cones in your eyes to prevent night illusions and images, mirages. The damn thing just became more visible and pronounced when I looked directly at it, and I have no idea what it was. Thank you for your time, and he signs it along with the company he works for that you would know and respect. That, my friend, is a shadow being. Thought you might want to hear that. So I have had literally thousands of, I think now 8,000 or 9,000 shadow person letters and emails and phone calls, and tonight we're going to deal with it. Oh, by the way, booking Ed Dames out at about, I think, June 8th. Out at about June 8th. Talked to Ed earlier today. He's going to go to work on two things for us. One, the city underwater, a half mile under the water, off the coast of Cuba, and the shadow people. Ed Dames is very interested, and he's going to take a look at those two, and we'll have him on June 8th, so I thought I'd give you a heads up on that one. Here's a kind of an interesting fact. Art, I was looking over the census data and found that every state in the country gained people, biggest gainers, west and south, and east is still growing, but at a slower percentage. Before you know it, the whole country will be one massive urban sprawl full of congested roads, with road rage everywhere, trucks barreling down the highways, trying to keep up with the commerce, continuous pounding of keyboards, day in and day out for workers in white-collar firms, smog and soot oozing from the new factories that will have to be built to employ the masses after our higher education system can no longer handle the population boom, a return to coal-burning power plants because of terrible planning, waves of bandits and organized crime rings moving from region to region, going undetected under the shield of overpopulation. Boy, that sounds a little Mad Maxy to me. But on the other hand, most of those trends that he talked about are certainly well underway, huh? Somebody writes, with regard to last night's announcement about the heat in San Francisco, it may be 101 degrees on the West Coast, but we have the heat here in Missouri. It is still in the 60s. He's being facetious. The crops are not yet planted in the fields. It rains every day. I'm so sick of cloudy, overcast days. At least 2.5 weeks since we've seen the sun. Hard to believe. They're burning up on the West Coast while we're burning up heat fuel here, Larry, in north central Missouri. Well, that's exactly what's going to happen, folks. People misinterpret global warming to mean that everything is going to warm up, and to some degree that is true. But in between, there are going to be extremes. Global warming and greenhouse gases are going to mean extremes, that we're going to get bigger storms, that it's going to be hotter, it's going to be colder, it's going to be wilder all the way around. So I'm not surprised at all what he's saying about Missouri. And the crop's not yet planted. I'm not surprised about that either. Last night I told you that I think we're now to the point with the weather change that the argument about whether or not it's changing, despite who is doing it, that argument is over. It is changing, profoundly changing, and we're in the middle of it right now. And that what we really ought to be working on, in my opinion, my humble opinion, is adjusting to the change. I mean, everybody wants to go on living reasonably normally, right? So we will have to adjust to the change. If where you can farm begins to move a little bit, you notice a big fall-offs in farm output, which you will, that's going to mean things have to begin moving. It's going to mean that those who are in charge of protecting us and looking out for our interests are going to have to make judgments about how to begin to modify things a little bit. I know it's scary, but I think it's reality. He writes, hey Art, my theory is that just like at nighttime, here we go again, you see a sodium vapor light and watch someone's wheels turning while traveling down the road. They appear to move backwards, stand still, or move forward, right? We are just frequency beings, only able to detect some frequencies modulated by our sun, artificial lighting, even time itself. These shadow beings are living at a different frequency. Beyond the frames per second, our eyes can understand. Only when another frequency beats with the shadow people and ghosts do we see the subcarrier in the corner of our eye. Does this make sense to you? Please ask your guest about it tonight. Thanks, Gary. Thousands like this, but they are beginning to come to an interesting consensus. As you listen to these letters, are you noticing that too? A kind of an interesting consensus that everything is frequency bound, and that whatever it is, modern technology, as outlined in the first letter, or just some things around, as suggested in the first letter and punctuated by Gary, modern things that are beginning to cause us to see harmonics and beats, and when that occurs, we see these things we're calling shadow people. They've been here all along. They're all around us. We just don't see them because we're not moving fast enough. Why would you imagine suddenly we're beginning to see them? Well, one thing you definitely might imagine is that new technology like DVDs, things that use lasers, camcorders, a lot of things that might begin to speed us up a little bit in terms of frames per second and get us accustomed to watching something a little faster. The moment we begin to just edge ahead a little faster in our vision, boom, there they are. What about whatever they are? There they are. And what about this aspect that seems to indicate they're used to the fact that they can see us, but when we see them, they freak out and they run. And when they run, they're going then faster than we can see them, and so to our eyes, poof, they disappear. It doesn't mean they're gone. That just means they're now moving at a frequency we really can't see. So we're beginning to edge toward them. It's just something that's happening, and our technology, to some degree, I believe, is assisting. Now, this is just the latest number 10 theory, but I think it's a pretty doggone good one, and I want you all to consider it. At any rate, we will consider it very hard in the next hour. In the next half hour, we will open the lines and see what's on your mind out there. So, prepare thyselves. You know, we really live in strange times, don't we? Exciting, strange times. The old Chinese curse is upon us. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time.
Actually, this letter, the longer one I read you from the gentleman in the high-tech industry, I sent that along to Keith. Keith, you might check your email if you see if you still have it. If you do, you might want to post it. In doing so, though, please remove this gentleman's employment information and the information about his job and his name and all the rest of it at the bottom. But leave the explanation. It's the best I've ever heard. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm all right, sir. Where are you?
I'm in St. Louis, Missouri.
St. Louis, all right. Yes, sir.
I want to start off with the first two shadow people occurrences that I've had. One was in my house, and One was right before I was getting ready to go into my apartment door.
Yes.
Where I go into the apartment complex to my house.
Right.
Okay, well, what started was I was just simply riding my bike up through the sidewalk. And
How old are you?
I'm 19.
19. Okay.
Yeah. Well, actually, I want to compare that to one of the drawings that you have on the internet.
Oh, and we have a lot of drawings. Yes.
Yeah. The one that's perfect for it is the I can't really describe the one, but it's I can't really describe it. It's like a little child, but it's just an image.
All right. Maybe we can get Keith for tonight to bring the drawings back, since we're going to be talking about this. Keith, if you would, under what's new just for tonight. It's probably under what's older.
Well, it was the exact one that I saw. It ran right through the door and went in through the crack.
It ran through, excuse me.
Ran right in front of me, and went through the door crack.
Okay, there's two things I'm noticing about the people that seem to be seeing what you just saw, and that is, one, they're by and large younger people like yourself.
But they're really young child, like a little child.
You're saying you saw a young child. No, I'm saying the people seeing these beings seem to be younger. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, the other one, I was just going into my living room, looking out my sliding door, and it was just right out my sliding door. And my sliding door was slightly open.
Yes.
And just shoot right through.
And you could see it full on.
I saw it pull up. Just like that.
I appreciate your call, sir.
No, I have also one little thing.
What's that?
I just wanted to make a theory about some things that we may overlook. That's probably right under our nose.
Okay, did you hear the letter that I read?
Yeah.
What?
No, I had something different, actually.
No, I know, but I know. But with regard to shadow people, did you hear that letter about DVD players and lasers and all the rest of it?
And everything?
Yeah.
But I think it's something that we overlook, actually. It's different.
Okay.
It has something to do with women.
Women?
I would say, yeah. The power of the woman.
At 19, everything has to do with women.
Yeah. Like, I'm thinking that it's the frequency that they control. It's an exercise that they do that alters these shadow people.
It might be. Blame it on women.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, why not?
You never know.
You never know. That's
Maybe
right.
that's what we're
all right.
on.
Listen, I really now must leave the line, but thank you for your description, and take care. Women. Ha, ha, ha. By the way, we had an interesting experience today. Every now and then, Ramona will go into town on some other mission, but on the way back, she will pick up our favorite McDonald's. And they have a new burger. Ramona, come tell me what it is again, please. I forget the name of it, but I should tell you so that you'll understand the rest of the story. McDonald's has a new burger that they make. And at any rate, she went in and ordered 3 of them, brought them home. Yes? A double deluxe?
I would never let you
Oh, yes, you will. Yes, you will. There's nothing unsafe about that. Go, close the door. A double veto power, a double deluxe. A double deluxe. And these are relatively new, I think, with McDonald's. And so we think they're pretty good. And she brought home 3 of them. And I opened up the first one. And I looked down at it. Talk about disappointment. Here we've got, I think, a pickle, some lettuce, some kind of secret sauce, and maybe a little slice of tomato. But no meat. No meat. So I said, oh. I opened up the second one. Same deal. Opened up the third one. Same deal. They're veggie witches. I don't know what they are. They're minus the meat, and it just doesn't work out. So we called them up, and they said, well, come tomorrow and get replacements. We don't just idly drive 20 miles, to get replacement burgers. Veggie witches. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Stephen Phoenix.
Hi, Steve.
Just listening to your theory there from the high-tech guy.
Yes.
The whole thing crystallizes because in the early days, in fact, when I speak to people about this, the first thing they say is this, oh, yeah, I see those out of the corner of my eye all the time.
Uh-huh.
And usually their story starts with late at night when I'm sitting at the computer. And there they are.
Ta-da!
And I was just wondering, it reminds me of a timing light on your automobile.
Absolutely.
You put it down and you can finally see the line when it is time.
Same idea.
So I was wondering if Ghostbusters should start carrying these timing lights.
Maybe so. I really think we're on to something here. I think that man is definitely on to something.
And the people who see them head on is usually at night, and it's lit by artificial lighting from the street. And everybody knows that the streets are not the same kind of lighting you have in your house.
That's
it's
right.
argon or a fluorescent or some other frequency.
That's correct again.
Just had to throw my 2 cents worth.
But think about it. Think about what's enabling us to begin to see them. We have stumbled across a gigantic, incredibly large phenomena that's real, and there are creatures coexisting on the planet with us that we're just now starting to see. That's pretty incredible stuff.
Pretty incredible, but it could be caused because more and more cities are going to these energy-saving lights.
Here.
It's the flutter speed of the light itself.
Yeah, but it's timing benefit. Right, I understand, but it's not, thank you, it's not just the lights. As you pointed out, it's a computer, it's a flicker factor, it's frames per second, it's the speed at which you're seeing things. If we're talking about different frequencies here, when you begin seeing things at a slightly faster rate, you begin seeing what you couldn't see before. And they're all around us. And they're real. I don't have the slightest idea what they are. But they seem aware that they can see us, and only shocked when we can apparently see them. So they've coexisted with us, seeing us, which will sort of give you a case of goosebumps to begin with, right? But now we're beginning to see them, and are they surprised? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. I've been a fan of yours for years.
Oh, well, thank you.
And glad you're back on, and I'm really interested in this. I've got 3 things that I brought, that I got two books. I won't bring the name of the authors up.
Why not? You can.
Okay. Because there was subjects I've listened to you talk about before from different people you've talked with on the line that are how do I say experts. One we were talking about the Sphinx and everything about the aliens and UFOs.
Yes.
And I've read a book called Area 51 by this gentleman named Robert Doherty.
Yes.
And I mean, it talks about how they're saying is that, like, he's saying, like, the Sphinx would actually be communication beacons for aliens through the tops of some way metal instead of brick. Talking about how some aliens might have been down on this earth so many years ago.
That's one great theory, of course.
That might have helped with history without us really knowing it. And I thought that was pretty neat. And another book I've got, when you were talking about, with one of your experts was talking about what's going on in Antarctica.
Yes.
I read a book called Subterranean by this guy named James Rollins that talked about a cavern in Antarctica where actually prehistoric people and creatures live.
Yes, I've heard this.
In Antarctica, in a cavern, and these people are going over there, and these creatures are like mammal reptilians. And then they could, they could have babies as well as tear you up.
Baby reptilians?
Yeah, like baby reptilians and everything, and they're like mammal reptilians. It's kind of weird to kind of have babies and look like, and according to the description, like little Tyrannosaurus rexes that run around tearing people up. And that was pretty neat. Plus, the thing I wanted to bring up too, Art, is that I actually had a UFO experience when I was a kid.
Saw a UFO.
And I always wanted to bring it up to you ever since I've heard you on radio. And I thought I'd bring it up to you tonight.
Well, you're now one of the majority of Americans.
And it feels good, though.
All right. Well, listen, thank you very much, and take care. Oh, most Americans now have seen a UFO. I don't know what percentage of that majority would say that they had seen something from elsewhere. Remember, a UFO is simply an unidentified flying object. So unless you have a close-up view of it, you're unlikely to characterize it as coming from somewhere else. And yet most of the American people, the majority, think that life does exist elsewhere. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. No, don't on that button. West of the Rockies, now you're on the air. Hello.
This is Ruth from Orange, California.
Hey, Ruth.
Yes, and I want to talk about the shadow people.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really weird, and I even hate to bring it up, but I haven't heard you mention anyone hearing anything from the shadow people. Now, let me explain what happened to me.
You are correct.
I live alone, and I have about 3 or 4 locks on my front door. It's only one door out because I'm in an apartment. And I went to bed. I usually read before I turn out the light, but I have a night light on. I turn the light off, and as I turned it off, I heard something kind of in my living room.
Oh.
And I thought, oh, gee, what's that?
Well,
and I'm laying there with the light, a night light on. It shadows my hallway. I look up, and I see this black shadow of a man.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed like he was coming real fast in the hall. Then when he looks up and sees me, he comes towards me. I threw the sheet over my head, and I said, oh! And he leaned over me and said, boo.
What?
Yes. And that's why I'm calling. Otherwise, I wouldn't.
No, wait. Can you remember whether there was, in other words, was this the classic picture of the shadow person, sort of a...
Yes, it was. It was just like, I saw the arms, the head, but I couldn't see a face. It was just black. Everything was black, but it was a shadow of a person.
And you threw the sheet over.
I did, because he was coming right towards me.
And he said, boo?
And he leaned over and said, boo, and finally I didn't hear anything, and I pulled the cover back a little bit.
Oh, my God.
I couldn't sleep for 2 hours. I got up.
I wouldn't sleep for 2 days. So apparently the shadow people have a sense of humor.
Well, I don't know. The first thing that came into my mind was I know someone is getting close to going on the other side, and I thought, oh, gee, I wonder if they've already gone. But I thought, I don't believe in stuff like this. But that actually happened, and I called about 3 people that I'm close to and told them what happened.
And?
They said, oh, gee, Louise, maybe that's, some people meditate, and they say they can transform their spirit to another location or something, and I thought, oh, I don't know, but I don't want to get caught up in that realm.
As in out-of-body travel.
Out-of-body experience.
That's been another theory that people have had about what it might be, but if it clearly said the word boo?
Boo, yes. That's what gets me, because I haven't heard any of your...
It was in a man's voice.
Yes. I could actually, when I pulled the cover over, I knew it was right there in front of me or side of my bed, and I could see him. He leaned over and said, boo. And I thought I was going to have a heart attack.
Yes.
And yet none of my bolts on my door were undone. The windows were all locked. And I sat there and I thought, my God, I can't believe this. And it was about 12:30 or 1 o'clock in the morning.
That's really something.
Yeah.
You have no idea how I appreciate your call. Thank you.
Okay.
Take care. Bye. There's another one. And so they just flood in. I think the man who sent me this letter really has a good handle on what it is. It is by far the best technical explanation that you can glom onto that makes sense. I may read this email again. I may read it again. I wonder if we can get it posted. Let me see. Not yet. Oh, wait a minute. Let me do a reload here. No, not yet. It's likely that Keith may not have kept it. I did forward this to Keith, but it was a few days ago. So I'd love to get it up on the website and let you read it at your leisure. We'll see. I'll talk to Keith during the break. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Argyle.
Yes.
Nice to talk to you. This is Vicki in California.
Hi, Vicki.
I loved that theory that you read. That was great.
Not bad, huh?
Yeah, and it makes so much sense. It goes along with those tenets in like metaphysics where everything exists in a state of vibration. It would make perfect sense. And I thought it was really astute that you said that they were younger people and think about all the kids doing video games and that kind of thing all the time.
Well, the majority of the people calling me about this have been in their, at the latest 30s mostly, then 20s, and then teens. Mm-hmm. That's really intriguing, isn't it?
It makes a lot of sense. Enjoy your show a lot. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you, and take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing, Art?
I'm doing okay, sir. Where are you?
Iron Mike from Minnesota.
Iron Mike.
Iron Mike, yes.
All right.
I've been trying to get a hold of you for months.
Well, Iron Mike, we better proceed because we're coming up on the top of the hour.
Yeah, the end of the hour. Yeah. Well, now I got 2 things for you.
Go.
First I had a 2050 headline for you.
2050 headline. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, go.
Extinction of mankind due to overproduction of soil and green.
Yeah, I saw the same.
I thought you get a laugh out of that.
I saw the same movie.
Yeah. Okay. Now, tell me why, with the
To serve man.
controversy about
With man.
Man going to the moon.
What about it?
Why don't they use the Hubble telescope to focus in on the moon landing?
Yeah, but, well, they say the moon is too close and too bright. That the sensitive electronics on the Hubble will not work with the moon. I never liked that explanation.
I think that's a facade.
Well,
they're trying to.
All right, listen, I gotta go. Hour's over. Say goodbye.
Thanks, Art.
All right, bye. Now, the story that simply will not go away, in fact, keeps increasing, actually, in its ferocity in terms of having legs and sticking around. Something really is happening. A lot of people, of course, are not going to believe it until Peter Jennings or Miss Brokaw or somebody says it. But we know it's true here, don't we? The shadow beings. Dr. Morgan Spence was born in the northwest U.S., raised by her Australian father and Irish mother, both of whom were raised in South Wales, then later immigrated to the U.S. Dr. Spence's father disappeared under mysterious circumstances in 1985 and has never been seen since. She received her Ph.D. in paranormal research from the International Research Academy, has dedicated her life to gaining a better understanding of paranormal phenomena, what it means to us, our society, and our existence. She currently resides near Vancouver Island in Canada. She has a website up about it's shadowbeings.com, which you can get to through my website. We've got a link there. And she wrote me an email and said, Art, I've been studying these beings for 11 years. A subject that I'm relatively new to. How long have we been talking about this? A couple of months, maybe? And she's been looking at it for 11 years. Here she is. Dr. Spence, welcome.
Hello, Art. Can you hear me all right?
I hear you fine, sure.
Great. Thank you so much for having me on the show tonight.
You're very welcome. You came out of nowhere.
Well, yes, and so did you, sort of, to me a few weeks ago.
How did that happen?
Well, I had listened to you a few years ago, off and on, and always enjoyed your shows, but then a few weeks ago I was driving home from watching a movie, and on the way home I had this extreme... I just felt compelled to turn on your show, and I did, and I listened to it on the way home, then got home and continued to listen to it. And someone was discussing time travel, actually.
Oh, yes.
And there was something said about someone remembering that Nelson Mandela had died, and I remembered the same thing.
Really?
Yes.
Well, it sounds like we've got a couple of things we're going to be talking about tonight, then.
Absolutely. And, of course, this sort of... I was sitting on the floor for over an hour, just unable to move at that point, because it almost sort of put me into shock, realizing, that someone else had realized this, and it sort of struck a chord, literally. And then what happened after that was that I reached the point where I had to listen to your show every night. So if I was on the internet, I would listen, and of course my schedule is strange anyway, and so...
Compelled to listen.
Absolutely.
All right, you're writing a book right now with Dr. C.A. Reed, right?
Yes.
And this book is what?
Well, the book is basically a compilation of our research, and my research primarily over the past 11 years, and Dr. Reed's contributions also offer some experiences with her research, and also I would say her contribution is more about the logic of all of it, and how to recognize that there's some flawed logic processes out there that people are using to try and explain them away.
Well, it appears to us, with regard to these shadow beings, as magic. It's like magic, after all. Beings that appear and disappear. That's magic to us.
Well, in my opinion, all magic is science that we don't yet understand.
Precisely.
That we're not yet able to explain.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that probably most people are hoping tonight that I'm going to give them one answer about what shadow people are and what causes them, and they'll probably be disappointed because it's really not that simple, like most things in life.
Okay, I'm sure not. Did you, perchance, hear the email that I read from the technical fellow in the first hour?
Yes, I did, and would you believe that was something I tried to tell my father when I was about 3 years old? I tried to tell my father when I was 3 years old that I saw these shadow people, these shadow shapes, and I told him, I said, Daddy, I think that this has something to do with the television, because when the television turns off, there's sort of this thing that floats in the air, and I can see all these shapes, and sometimes they don't go away.
Yes.
And they're my friends, and this sort of takes you back and makes you remember when you were a child. And
they're my friends?
Oh, yes, yes. You know, you've heard of children having imaginary friends.
Oh, yes.
And, you know, we assume that, it's just their imagination. And the truth is, maybe it isn't their imagination. I can tell you that, to me, mine wasn't my imagination, because I could actually see sort of a shape there. And as a child, you don't really know any better. You don't know much about the world yet, and you assume that this is normal. And then when you tell people about it, they say things like, oh, that's nice, dear, or, well, someone has a wild imagination today, don't they?
That's right.
And so what we do is we learn that, we don't talk about these sorts of things, and then we sort of sublimate them, and we no longer pay attention, or if we do, we feel shame. And we sort of grow up with a sense that we're alone and we're isolated and we can't, we're alienated from everyone else.
So then really it's a conditioning process to not see them. In other words, if it's a borderline thing anyway, and it has something to do with frequency, then once we're conditioned, it's nothing, dear. A great imagination, as you said, whatever it is, some sort of little subtle, hey, dummy, it's not real type comment, will cause you eventually to not see them.
Of course, and it's quite interesting because psychiatry and psychology are, I believe, like many areas of science, rife with delusions. And the problem is that the delusional person is usually the so-called professional. There are many cases, numerous cases of people who had cancer and were in the early stages of cancer and were sent to therapists because nothing could be found wrong with them. And 3 years later, it turns out that they did have cancer, but in the meantime, they were sort of brainwashed out of it and believed that they weren't sick and that it was in their minds.
Right.
And what happens is you might go to a therapist because they can't find anything wrong with you, and they might tell you that, there's nothing wrong with you and sort of condition you, and then suddenly you believe it, and they say, aha, you'll see, it was simply nothing more than it was in your mind and you had anxiety disorder or something like that. And the truth is, cancer's in your body 10 years before typically it's diagnosed, because it takes that long for one cancer cell that develops to split and divide and grow into a tumor. And so many of these people are sort of taught to ignore their symptoms, and I believe that's the real reason people aren't getting diagnosed with cancer soon enough, because they're told it's in their minds, and our diagnosis processes are really sort of fragmented. They use a lot of flawed logic in order to get diagnoses. And so it's the same thing with this sort of phenomenon. People are sort of trained and brainwashed out of it. You can be brainwashed into believing that you're sick when you're not, certainly, but it also works the other way around. You can be sick and be brainwashed into believing that you're not.
Absolutely.
And it might make the symptoms go away for a while, but generally they return in with a vengeance when they do return.
Of course.
And so it's the same way with the shadow people phenomenon.
Okay, well, you saw them when you were young, so there is an obvious reason for your interest. When did you begin to actually investigate whatever in the heck these are?
Well, when I started college in the 90s, I was, of course, the International Research Academy is a unique academy in that it's geared towards extreme research, and it's unbelievable. I could have never imagined the sort of training.
Well, this is an extreme subject.
Well, yes.
There's no question about it.
Of course, and so my theme throughout my education was that this was one of the main areas I studied, the paranormal in general, but I couldn't help but notice the connection between the shadow people phenomenon and everything else, including out-of-body experiences, near-death experiences, also including extraterrestrial encounters and abductions and whatnot. So it really does, there seems to be a connection, and yet I think it's a mistake to assume that
it's any one thing?
Right, that it's any one thing.
All right, but there are certain commonalities that I'm beginning to discern. One of them would seem to be, from the thousands of letters that I've had, it seems as though these creatures are accustomed to seeing us and accustomed to do whatever they do, understanding our presence. They are certainly aware of our presence, but on occasion when they're seen full on by people, they act shocked, surprised, and run like hell.
Well, of course. Now, imagine, Art, for a moment that you are one of these beings and you've been around forever and you've spent God knows how many years observing humans and watching them and sort of being entertained by them, maybe, and suddenly they can see you. Oh, my God, what's happening? Something's changed here. This isn't right. And so they run. That's their first response.
To a shadow being, if these theories are correct, we must be almost barely moving monoliths. In other words, we must be going at a very slow rate compared to them, usually.
Well, it's possible. That's something that's really difficult to determine because we don't know enough about vibration and frequencies of this sort of energy. You know, for example, thought. We think we've been able to track thought by watching the brain light up when it's connected to, wiring and doing an EEG, or if we watch the brain under an MRI. And the truth of the matter may be that what we're seeing is evidence that thought has occurred in the brain, but that it may have actually occurred a split second or a sub-nanosecond before.
But the fact that these beings are surprised indicates they're operating with an intelligence roughly as we understand it in some ways, at least.
Exactly. Oh, absolutely. That they're not just sort of...
They've got a fight or flight reaction to being seen.
Exactly. And
so that says some things to us, at least.
Yes, it does say something to us. We don't necessarily know what, but something significant, I would say. And, also there's another analogy that could be used. Imagine that you have a one-way mirror. I believe I get confused which one is a one-way, which is a two-way, but, a mirror where the one person looks in it and sees themselves, and you're on the other side, and you see them, but they don't see you.
Oh, that's...
I believe that's one way.
One...
Two-way?
No, I think it's two-way.
Oh, well, I think...
Anyway, whatever it is, they know what we're talking about.
Sure. And if you're on the other side observing someone, like in a police interrogation room...
Yes.
And you're assuming that they can't see you, and so you feel rather safe.
Correct.
And even if the other person on the other side isn't really a danger to you, if suddenly they can see you, you suddenly feel vulnerable.
I'll tell you what else will do it. If they get up from their chair and go on the window and say, "Hey, you in there."
Exactly. It's just sort of a, thinking that you're undetected and then realizing that you are detected is unnerving. That's just a normal response of any sort of being, I would think.
All right, but if so many... Here's another one for you. If all across the country, and other parts of the world, I'm getting email and letters from people who are seeing these beings now, who haven't seen them before, or have just begun to see them as you did early in life, this is a relatively new phenomena. In other words, for sure, this wasn't going on 100 years ago. It wasn't going on 200 years ago. It would have been written about. Maybe the beings were there, but what I'm saying is the new aspect of the phenomena is that we're beginning to see them in large numbers, I might add. And so something is driving that. Any thoughts on what?
Well, I do believe it has to do with electromagnetic energy and other types of energies, and there's so much of it. One of the things that I've learned from speaking to many different people and doing interviews with them is that the more electronic gadgets they have in their homes, and of course lasers as well, but not just laser. It could be a television, radio, any number of things.
Well, if that's it, I should be seeing armies of them. I have more electronics and microwave flying around here than the man in the moon, and I haven't seen one shadow being yet.
Well, my question would be, are the windows and doors open frequently in that dwelling?
No. No, they're not. Well, we open windows for fresh air here in the desert at night in the summer. Let me qualify what I said. Here's how all of this began. And I actually have seen something in my peripheral vision. In fact, when I began the program Dreamland many years ago, I wrote an intro to Dreamland which said, things seen from the corner of your eye in a flash, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing what I said, but something like that. Things seen just at the very edge of vision, in your peripheral vision. Now, I've seen things move like that, but I have never seen anything dead on, what I would describe as a being, just sort of a quick movement out of the corner of my eye. That I've seen.
Sure. Well, here's something to consider. You're aware as a technical person what occurs when there's a certain sort of light. Like if you're looking up at the night sky, there are certain star systems or arrangements of stars that can only be seen out of peripheral vision.
Right.
And this is because they're very dim, or sometimes maybe there's interference in the line of vision or whatnot. There are many things that we know are real that we frequently only see out of our peripheral vision, and it seems to have to do with brightness. Well, with this, sort of all bets are off because we don't know exactly what we're dealing with, whether it's light or radiation or electromagnetic fields, but it seems to be that somehow the volume gets turned up, and suddenly, instead of only seeing them out of the corner of your eye, you can see them dead on, because they seem to gain in strength. And I believe that there are a lot of scientists out there who are skeptics and who are saying, well, if you see things out of the corner of your eye, it's simply your imagination. And I have an example of that. When I was living in an old house a few years ago, I remember that I would see something out of the corner of my eye, and it was moving very quickly, and I thought, oh, it's just my imagination because it's an old house and whatnot. And then suddenly I began to realize that it made a little noise, a little pitter-patter, and I thought, I wonder if I have a mouse. And I never could see this mouse, but I actually bought a glue trap, and I put that in the kitchen. And the next day, there was this mouse there.
Really?
So I freed it and let it go outside, but it was indeed a mouse. And so this was a very real thing that I was seeing, but had I not put the trap out, I probably would have never known. I would have continued to think that it was something I was seeing out of the corner of my eye that was my imagination. And so it's the same thing with shadow people. Just because it's out of the corner of your eye, just because you can't see it dead on, doesn't mean it's not there. Because, of course, the parallel is that we have many things that we know are real that we still can only see out of our peripheral vision.
Well, when I wrote those words that really went to the core of what the program was to be about, I think I instinctually understood that I was seeing some real phenomena, something I really couldn't identify, but I felt strongly enough about it to put it to words.
Exactly.
Even then, that was years ago. So I guess I'm not really surprised about this. What I do want to know, and you're going to disappoint me for sure, is I want to know what these beings are. They must be all around us. They must be sharing the world with us. They must have their own... I don't know. I'm at a loss for words.
Well, I have quite a few pieces of information that may at least shed some light on it for you. I believe that, first of all, if you want to look at what these things are or are not, or a variety of things that they may be, let's first look at what they probably are not.
All right. I'll tell you what. Hold that thought, what they are not, and we'll break here at the bottom of the hour. Dr. Morgan Spence is with us. We're talking about shadow people. All right. Keith has done it along with ZZ Top's Vomit Comet Ride, which I am going to do. I see it in my future. Along with that comes now another shadow being story. At the top of what's new, that's what it says, another shadow being story. It is, in fact, a copy of the email that I read in the first hour. I would suggest that as many of you who think you know what you're doing as possible, read that and render an opinion to me on what you think with regard to the phenomena. I think the man may have it nailed down, or at least to some degree. Certainly the reason we're beginning to see these beings in such large numbers. In the meantime, let's go back now to my guest, Dr. Morgan Spence, and discuss what they're not. You were beginning to say that they are not certain things based on what we know so far.
Well, I believe they're probably not certain things. First, let me qualify everything and say that my favorite three words are "I don't know," because I believe the moment we begin to believe we know something, that's the moment when we begin to be wrong. And with linear logic, which is quite limited in many ways, frequently what will happen is we'll be right on except for one tiny detail, and then the rest of the direction of our linear logic, the line of our linear logic, is completely off track. And it just gets worse and worse as you go along. Mm-hmm. That's why, actually, my colleague, Dr. Reed, who co-wrote the book with me, which, by the way, is called Shadow Beings, Reality Unveiled, she developed a method of logic that she calls spherical logic, which makes more sense to me because we live in a spherical world, and it doesn't make much sense to try to completely inflict linear logic on a spherical world. You're going to miss a lot of the aspects, and yet linear logic can be necessary in order to understand pieces of a puzzle, but if you're not able to...
Well, you're talking to a linear audience, for the most part, so if you want to talk about spherical logic, you're going to have to explain to us what it is.
All right, well, spherical logic basically is that instead of following point A to point B to point C, and then stopping when you think you've got it figured out,
right.
You continue on and you go around a 360-degree circle until you get back to your original point of starting. And then you take it from there and go three-dimensional with it. And you look at as many other things as seriously as you would of this one point. So basically, we have, for example, I've encountered physicians who are convinced that this is sort of a chemical thing in the brain, and because they've been able to reproduce these sorts of phenomenon in the patient by giving them certain chemicals, they've determined that this must be what's really causing this.
DMT, for example.
Exactly. That's a huge theory that I believe is going to continue to develop in the medical world. Well, first of all...
I'm about to have a physician on who got permission from the government to give a whole bunch of patients DMT, and did, to investigate exactly this.
I believe I received an email from him, and I am interested in his information, because even if it doesn't completely explain things, it certainly will provide some insight into what may allow us to see these beings.
That's right.
I do think that it is extremely flawed logic to assume that because we've figured out certain aspects of the experience that we now understand what causes it. Because, you can give someone a chemical injection and cause them to feel very happy.
Absolutely. He's Dr. Rick Strassman, by the way.
Oh, all right. Yes, that's right. I do believe I did receive an email from him.
Okay.
But you can give an injection of some chemical to someone and convince them, that they become convinced that they're happy, and they perceive that they're happy, and therefore they are happy for the moment, even if their mother just died and the dog just threw up on the new shoes,
That's true.
So that doesn't necessarily mean that we've explained what causes people to feel emotions, because certainly we feel emotions when there's a real reason to feel emotions from the outside in rather than just from the inside out. So I believe what happens is because that sometimes we've maybe someone has spent 12 years educating themselves medically, and they now have this idea that it's a medical thing and everything can be explained in terms of medicine. And so therefore they follow a linear logic line.
Oh, well, put simply, just because they can reproduce it with chemicals or electrical stimulation doesn't negate the possibility that it's absolutely real. They're simply duplicating it, that's all.
Exactly.
Oh, no, I'm with you there. So let's circle back now to what they are not.
Well, first of all, I want to touch on demons.
Demons?
Now, sure. I don't claim to know that demons do not exist for certain, but I am quite sure that
Define demon.
Well, demon meaning, in the biblical sense of evil spirit or something.
All right. Representative of the forked one.
Exactly.
Yes. Right.
I believe, first of all, that demons are a very primitive concept, a man-made creation by many people's definition of what a demon is.
Ah.
And even though they may exist, this doesn't mean that that explains everything that frightens us. It seems that we have developed this automatic reaction that if it frightens me and I don't like it, it's a demon.
Yes.
And this is oversimplified thinking. I have a primitive reaction. I'm extremely nervous doing any sort of public speaking, as is my research partner.
You're doing quite well under the circumstances.
Well, thank you. But if I were to go with my initial instinct, it would be fight or flight. Well, I can't very well fight you or the phone, which is...
No, I understand that if we really wanted to hear fight or flight, you would just simply hand the phone to Dr. Reed right now and say, "You're on, go."
Right, and run away. But I'm not going to do that. So
we talked about her earlier. She's not really wild at all about public speaking, folks. That's the deal.
Right, exactly. And so I'm definitely convinced that just because something is a natural reaction doesn't mean that it's something that serves us in today's society.
So you don't think they're demons?
I don't think so. I believe maybe some of them could be. But again, I try to stay away from absolutes because that's when you start to confuse yourself and maybe even get a little neurotic. But I don't believe that all of them are demons, and I'm not sure that even a significant percentage of them are demons.
If I read between your voice, you're probably unconvinced there really are even demons, as in the biblical sense.
Well, I don't know. I probably not in the literal sense that it's been presented through the religious texts. Incidentally, I'm a spiritual person, but I am not religious.
Okay.
And I also believe that what happens is that ideas get presented and they get sort of distorted because people take them too literally. And even the religious texts tell people to use discernment, and very few people actually do.
Right.
And so they should take a page out of their own book.
Not demons. What about ghosts?
Well, again, it depends on your definition of a ghost. If you believe that ghost is like Casper, the friendly ghost, or a poltergeist like on the movie Poltergeist.
No. My definition, I'll give you my definition of ghost. My definition of ghost is that which was previously human, which has physically died, and whose spirit or soul, depending on how you want to think about it, remains for some reason on Earth. That's my definition of ghost.
I absolutely believe that is a distinct possibility, strongly, because of the fact that, as I said before, we only think we've been able to identify thought energy. We really can only identify evidence of...
So are you agreeing with my definition, or are you saying you think these shadow people may, in fact, be ghosts?
That would be a certain percentage of the occurrences. In other words, some may be demons, some may be ghosts, for lack of a better word, what I call soul energy that is no longer attached to or
a physical
body, right?
Yes.
Also, there could be ghosts. We need to expand. We have very narrow definitions of things as humans. We need to expand, I believe, ghosts to include ghosts of other beings, because certainly I don't believe that humans are the only beings that have souls.
Oh, by the way, may I add that we've had photographs of ghost cats and ghost dogs, or shadow dogs and shadow cats, depending on what you want to call them. Maybe it's going to be interchangeable by the time the night is over. I don't know. But we've had many reports of shadow animals. Now, that's pretty interesting, since biblically they don't exactly have souls. Not supposed to anyway, right?
Right, exactly, and that's why I don't place too much value on previous belief systems. I think that we need to gain some wisdom to go along with our knowledge and recognize that things do indeed change in the physical world anyway, and that indeed they may change in what I call the light energy world. The energy of a soul, I believe, and I do believe it's a matter of when, not if, we are able to identify soul energy and measure it and detect its existence, we will find that it is so light and travels so quickly that it is just probably unfathomable by human brains. And
well, there are many people who believe that when you die, you simply, your energy simply switches frequencies, more or less, to put it one way, that you switch frequencies. And that you probably go into a range of frequencies that normal human beings, under normal conditions, would never see, would never be aware of.
I would agree with that. Absolutely. And I would also add that there are people who believe that there's no such thing as a soul or soul energy, and I actually believe that they're basically deluding themselves because they're frightened of it, or maybe they're just a little too comfortable with feeling that they have an understanding of everything that exists, because frankly we don't want to believe that we don't understand anything that exists, because that leaves us sort of clueless, and our egos don't like that.
That's right.
And when it comes to frequencies, let's talk about frequencies for a moment. Frequencies are things, just like I believe thoughts are things. And frequencies don't usually just disappear, especially not when they're in an exact form that's so strong and that has been vibrating at a certain frequency for a long time. Especially, you know as well as I do that when you broadcast something, it goes out and continues on and on and on.
Yes.
And certainly it may fade, it may get weaker and weaker, and but perhaps at some point it dissipates. I'm not an expert on those sort of things, but I do know that frequencies tend to go on much longer than we're able to hear them. You know,
indeed.
Right. We're hearing this and we assume that it's not out there anymore, that it's gone, but most people who are aware of the science aspects of broadcast systems are aware that it continues on. So this is a very important point because it does point to the probability that there is such a thing as a soul, and that it does sort of maintain some sense of its original form. And if that is so, it stands to reason that it's around us, all around us. I mean,
well, how about this theory, Doctor? That there really is, in the classic sense of up there and down there, no heaven and hell. There are simply different frequencies, and they occupy the same space, running radically different from each other. We can see in 3 dimensions. I understand some animals in only 2. Dr. Kaku, a brilliant man who comes on my program, talks about standing above a pond and looking down at fish. And the fish, of course, are only seeing in 2 dimensions. But he wonders about reaching down and plucking that fish out of the water into the air, and suddenly that fish is in, for at least a short time, till it gags and dies, in 3 dimensions. So why could we not occasionally get a glimpse of what really is another dimension as represented by another frequency?
Absolutely, and you know, it's really quite absurd to assume that we couldn't. You know, it only follows by even linear logic that we should be able to. And the truth is, scientists, I'm sure you're probably aware if you've spoken to Dr. Kaku, that scientists believe they have uncovered 11 different dimensions already.
That's right.
And given that fact, 11 dimensions, that's quite a few more than 3. And I'm not a math expert, but I do know that much. And my theory, and I don't know that I have a lot to back it up yet, but my theory is that however many dimensions there are, they probably exist concurrently and on top of one another. Sort of, you know...
Would you imagine it would be true that as we can see in 3 dimensions, somebody living in a 4th dimension would be able to see in 4 dimensions?
Exactly. And they might not see things the way we do, but they would certainly be able to detect certain energies. I believe that there would probably be a color or a vibration or some sort of sensory input that we don't even have words for because we've never encountered it, that they would be able to perceive. And, you know, then you're getting into an area of who knows how many dimensions they see and who knows how you get into the various dimensions.
Right, but you know, one night we did a show on shadow people, and we had people all night long send in drawings of what they had seen. And I hope that you've been on my website, and I've seen some. Oh, you've seen them. Good.
I've looked at all of them.
All right, there's a great range of things that they have seen. There's obvious commonalities, big time, in what they've seen, but all the way up to what seem to be demons and awful things that you would not really, you know, if you die, I mean, most of us would not want to imagine that we would pass into a world with beings, sharing the world with beings that looked like that list that we saw there.
Exactly. Well, and I don't know that literally it's heaven and hell, but I do believe that it's possibly your energy vibration and whatever it's aligned with is where you're going to be attracted to, what's going to attract your energy and suck it in. You know, you could compare it to a black hole. If you have energy that's sort of nearby one black hole, you're going to get sucked into that one. And if your energy vibrates at a different level, perhaps, you might get sucked into a different one. And so it's quite interesting because perhaps it could almost approach resembling heaven and hell, at least in a very general sense, not necessarily in the literal human sense, the fairy tale sense that we've sort of bought into. But certainly I believe that's a possibility. I also believe that these beings, for whatever reason, are attracted to strong emotion, and I believe another one of your callers said the same thing, that they...
Actually, many people have said the following, that yes, they're attracted to strong emotion, particularly appearing to feed on fear.
Yes.
Feed on fear. And they can certainly, if they can be seen, they can produce lots of fear, so it's a real feast.
Right, exactly. Well, you know, if you consider them psychic vampires, so to speak, where they actually suck all of the energy out of the room, or they suck they need the energy. Remember that fear is nothing more than a vibration that you create, that your brain is firing a lot of, you know, neurotransmitters and creating this reaction, and therefore fear is really a certain type of energy vibration, and it's, I believe, probably a very strong vibration.
Well, I'll tell you, if I were to see one of these things straight on, I'd generate enough fear to light up half of California and keep the rolling blackouts from occurring. I would really generate a lot of fear.
Oh, absolutely.
Probably close to heart attackville.
If you hadn't seen it before, of course. And who knows whether it's some sort of feature of your body or your brain or your eyes, or it could be hormone levels. You know, hormones, we think of sex hormones when we think of hormones. There are many different types of hormones, neurohormones and so on. And it could quite likely have to do with the fact that certain hormone reactions allow you to see certain things.
Well, I hate to bring this up, but at the end of my first hour, there was a fellow who called who said he thought women had something to do with shadow beings. Now, he was only 19. I said, well, for you, women have to do with everything. But, to which he acknowledged, by the way. But the fact of the matter is, maybe he wasn't that far off, because who has more raging hormones more frequently than anybody else on the planet? Answer, women, right?
Right.
Back now to Dr. Spence. Doctor, welcome back.
Thank you.
We were talking about hormones, and we were talking about women with respect to shadow beings. Here's the only problem that I've got with this. Certainly, poltergeist activity and a lot of interesting paranormal type activity takes place around young, teenage females.
Yes.
We know that's true. However, what I can't put together, if in a way, let's say that your hormones were running wild and you generated some sort of phenomena nearby, the problem that I have is that this phenomena appears to be intelligent in that it's got this this obvious, oh my God, you saw me, I'm taking off.
I need to qualify something.
Okay.
I misunderstood. I thought this person had said that women were experiencing them more because of hormones. No. I don't think that women create these things. I want to clear that up.
Okay.
That's completely irrational as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I know, but he wanted to take a shot, and he did, so he said.
Well, sure, let's blame everything on women. Women have been blamed for the origination of all sin, so why not, right?
Well, you were the one who held out the apple there. You know, here, take a bite of this.
That's right. And no one forced you to take the bite, did they?
No. Well, no, not exactly.
That's
anyway, I'm not sure we want to go down this road.
No, we don't. But what I do think is interesting is that women may be more likely to experience the phenomenon through something to do with hormones.
Okay.
And it's interesting that women have demonstrated and proven they call it intuition. I don't like the word intuition because it implies something magical in a lot of people's minds. I like to use the word or the phrase instinctive intelligence. And women seem to have an instinctive intelligence when it comes to their children, whether those children are naturally theirs or whether they're adopted children. They seem to have some ability to have this, and it may be because of the hormones, and yet it doesn't mean that it's the hormones that's causing the phenomenon. That's sort of backwards thinking, I believe. And it wouldn't explain the males that have this experience, although males do have many of the same hormones we have as women. It's just that they don't necessarily have them quite as strong most of the time. But then even in the homosexual community, you see people who have different amounts of hormones given their physical sex that you would expect them to have.
Sure.
And so this is a naturally occurring phenomenon. And so I do believe that it is connected to hormones as far as how often and intensely it's experienced, but not necessarily having anything to do with the manifestation of the phenomenon itself.
All right. When I began the hour, I said, what if whatever is causing this, whether it's a shift in frequencies, modern electronics beginning to change the frequency rate that we see as suggested by that incredibly good letter that's now up on my website, by the way. Read it, folks. It's interesting to sort of roll over in your mind, perhaps with the kind of thinking you described earlier. What would happen if this trend continues until eventually whatever veil has been up is gone?
Well, you know what's interesting? I think that it's going to happen gradually, only simply because we're increasing our electromagnetic fields gradually. You know, the energy we're using more and more of is happening gradually. And you know, interestingly, now with our power problems, you may actually see the phenomenon slow down a bit because people are trying to use less electricity. That will be an interesting thing to track.
It would.
And maybe a difficult thing to track, but interesting nonetheless. And then it's important to understand that I don't think it's going to happen all at once, you know, because I think it's quickening.
Then there's this quickening. The societal impact then will be sort of the slowly boiling frog. We will hardly notice it.
Sure, exactly.
But I don't know. At some point, there's going to be a realization that enough people are seeing these things and telling these stories, and more, it's happening more and more. And if it does go that way, since we don't fully really understand what the force is behind this, getting us to see these things, the letter is a pretty good hint. It's just a really good guess, I think, a really good shot at it. But we don't know. We really don't know. So it could be something regarding the Earth's frequency itself, and we're just sort of along for the ride. I mean, there are a lot of answers to what could be causing this and how quickly it's going to happen.
Absolutely. There could be many things, and anything from solar flares, which happen every 11 years.
Yes.
And to any sort of change, you know, a change in polarity, the polar shifts and whatnot. It could be anything. And I actually believe it's a variety of things. And I don't believe we will ever be able to identify every single one of them.
So then we can't exactly know how quickly it's going to increase.
Exactly. And I feel that this is why it's so important that we begin to talk about it from a psychological perspective. Even.
Well, that's what we're doing. So you tell me, if there was a fairly rapid realization that, by God, we're sharing this planet with things that until now we haven't seen, but now we're beginning to see, if that actually became realized publicly, how do you think it would change things? Institutions, science, religion, on, everything.
It would turn everything on its ear, like has already happened many times through history. You know, churches have gotten actually very upset with astronomers as they've discovered things and uncovered things, and actually many have been threatened with death and tortured in you know, distant past in order to try and keep things secret so that things aren't proven wrong. And I think that we'll probably continue to see something of that, but it's going to be difficult for those sorts of people to continue to get away with that sort of behavior because too many of us are aware of the reality. And I believe that it's like most things with our existence is that we live in denial. And so I also think perhaps there's a protection built in through that denial that we won't even when we know for 100% true fact that this is so, I don't believe we're all going to admit it to ourselves at the same time. So I don't necessarily think we're all going to have the realization, at least all on the same level at the same time, which may help in some respects. So maybe it is a good thing to have a little bit of, denial.
Okay, stay close to the phone for me.
All right.
Now, let's roll over again what we know. They recognize us. They move very quickly. They seem to disappear, to our eyes anyway. They disappear or just begin moving faster. What do you think?
Well, I'm not really sure there. I think it would depend on their vibration level. And I do believe that vibration has a lot to do with this. My main theory about the whole thing is if you were to glue two mirrors together back to back.
Yes.
And one person on one side could only see a reflection of themselves, and the other person on the other side only see their reflection. And then suddenly something happens, and the glue that you use to glue them together sort of begins to peel away or eat away at the metal that causes the reflection. Suddenly people are going to be able to see one another. And I believe that's what's happening. It's happening gradually. And I believe what's causing that is this energy, ultra energy level that we have floating around, for lack of a better term, in the atmosphere. And I believe it is eating away at some of the whatever it is. We only just recently have begun to realize that there's dark matter in between atoms. And in schools it's still taught today.
That's right.
That, there isn't anything there. So that gives you a clue to not only our denial of things, but of how long it takes people to even be made aware. I guarantee there are many teachers who aren't aware of this yet. And so I think that's what's happening, is that it's sort of gradually peeling away. A doorway may be opening, and I know that sounds incredibly new age, and I hate sounding that way, but the truth is, I don't know how else to express it.
Nor do I.
And
that's not too agey for me, a door opening, a veil dropping. These are just words meaning roughly what you just suggested. That's a very good analogy, the metal sort of wearing away. If it really was that, then you would think that. No, but that is what we're getting. I'm quite puzzled by it all and troubled by it all too, because I don't want to think that when I die, that's what I'm going to be.
Well, I don't think that. First of all, I think we have a narrow view of what these things are, and we don't know that every soul stays in that form. It could be that they choose to be in that form, or that it's sort of an entertainment. If you were a movie screen and all you saw all day were people that come in and watch the movies, and you were told that when you die you were going to become a person, you might say, I don't want to be a person. All they do is they sit and they watch movies all day.
Yes.
But they do a lot of other things too. You just don't see that.
Well, maybe then, maybe we are entertainment for them, in a sense.
I believe it's possible. I believe that's also, I believe they study us, and I believe they know what we respond to the strongest, so that if you are a person who's very fear-driven,
yes,
they're going to manifest and sort of take advantage of your fear so that you produce more fear, and that sort of is fun. And it's interesting because we're addicted to fear ourselves. We're sort of psychic vampires ourselves.
Absolutely. And why do you think we like scary movies?
Exactly. We wet our pants. We pay so much money to sit there and almost wet our pants, and it's ridiculous, and yet that's what we do. It's because we are literally, at least physically, addicted to the endorphins that we get from these sort of experiences, and at the same time, it doesn't mean that it's only a physical experience. I believe that the physical experience sort of enhances the spiritual experience, and I believe that's probably why we choose to inhabit bodies. We basically wear a body like we're wearing clothes. And when we take our body off, certainly we're no longer confined, and I believe we're incredibly light and able to move, and probably able to move through dimensions in a way that we can't do when we're in a body, because the physical sort of serves as a wall. It blocks us. And of course, with regard to out-of-body experiences, there was a woman who called in on your show last night and was describing a sensation she would feel that was almost
levitation.
Like, yes, and the pulsing she talked about.
Yes.
I have experienced this myself, and I believe it is a very natural phenomenon I don't know that it's something that medicine or science has yet understood in a way that they can explain, but I suspect that what may happen is the brain is sort of, well, we know that the brain goes to sleep, but certain parts of the brain stay active. And I believe there's sort of a vibration that occurs in the brain that allows the soul energy to sort of loosen the grip.
Yes.
It loosens the grip, so to speak. And that's where we get that feeling of lightness and floating. And on some level, the part of the brain that is still awake and alert, which I believe it's the primal brain, actually, that stays awake and alert at all times. That's why you wake up when you hear a loud noise, because
sure.
there's still input getting in there. And when you're floating, you're also sending, I believe there's a two-way communication between the soul and the body. And this feeling that you have that the spirit experiences sort of gets transmitted back to the brain, and so the brain records and remembers this experience. And so, and even when people wake up, that's why I believe this woman remembers this and why I remember it, because I wake up in the middle of it. And this is at the point where, you know, science knows for a fact that when you go to sleep, in certain sleep stages, your body is actually paralyzed. You can't move. And that's actually a quite normal occurrence, depending on what stage of sleep you're in. This is to protect you from getting up and running around the room and acting out your dream while you're sleeping. And some people have sleep disorders, and they don't get paralyzed when they get into this sleep stage of REM, and they do run around the room, and sometimes they get violent, and sometimes they do terrible things. And so it does seem to be that our spirit, our soul energy, and our bodies have the energy grip loosened. And so I believe probably this is why it is true that we can travel interdimensionally while even we're sleeping, even though we're not dead. We don't even need to be clinically dead in order to be able to do this.
I'll tell you a kind of an interesting story. I dream a lot because I have strange sleep habits. You know, I will sleep a couple of times a day, sometimes more, sometimes less, but very broken up sleep. And so I have an opportunity, I guess, to remember more of my dreams because I'm waking up and my sleep state is lighter, not as good as it ought to be.
Sure.
One night, I don't know, about a year ago, I had a dream that I was in a fight. You know, you have a lot of fight dreams.
Of course.
Who knows what they mean? Dream interpreters, I suppose, could tell you. But it was a fight dream, and in this dream, I was punching this guy in the neck. Boom! And I woke up, and my wife said, "What the hell was that for?" And I had punched her in the back of the head.
Ouch.
Ouch is right. And I said, "Oh, my God, hon, I'm so sorry." I said, "I was in a dream. I was having a fight. Did I hit you?" "Yes," she said. But that's the only time that I can think of that's ever happened to me. Ever. You know, every other time a dream has been a dream has been a dream, and you wake up and you either remember it and it was profound or it was silly or whatever. But I've never had coming out of a dream in the middle of a physical reaction was really freaky.
Well, that's a common occurrence, you know, not necessarily for you. You say you've only experienced it once, but many people have the problem, sometimes only once or twice, and other times it becomes an ongoing problem. There are actually relationships, marriages that break up because of this, because...
Really?
Yes, the person will get extremely violent, so violent that they're actually beating the person and hurting them and almost killing them, and then what happens after that is...
Yikes.
The wife says, "Why are you doing this to me?" And he says, "Well, I'm sorry, I can't help it. I'm not aware I'm doing it. I was asleep." And she doesn't believe him, and then you go back and forth, and then it becomes a question of, well, do we arrest this person because, you know, he's beating his wife, but then he's sleeping, and it is a very real occurrence. Now, extreme cases like that aren't as common, but they do happen, and it is a sleep disorder. And when you have such a strange sleep habit that is sort of necessitated by your line of work and even by my line of work, what happens is your brain has to get into REM mode very quickly because you're sort of conditioned to do that. Because if you don't have your REM, your body cannot release the melatonin that's required in order to repair damage to your cell structures and whatnot. And so you've got to have this REM or you will literally die, if only because you're not getting the melatonin and your cells are being damaged and left to sort of deteriorate. In fact, there's been quite a big connection made between that and cancer, that cancer cells actually are killed every night when you go to sleep, or pre-cancerous cells. We don't really, every cell is precancerous.
Oh no, that makes all the logic in the world.
Sure, and then, so you need that sleep, and that's why you're jumping into REM so quickly, and therefore you're not getting a chance to get into the paralyzation mode before it happens.
You're absolutely correct. Doctor, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. Once again, my guest, Dr. Morgan Spence. Dr. Spence, welcome back. I want to lead you, here's what I want to do. In this half hour, I want to lead you away from the shadow beings for another subject briefly, and then at the top of the hour, if you're able to stick around, I'd like to take some calls on...
I was going to ask you if we can't stay on longer. I don't want to end this anytime soon, if possible.
It's possible. All right. Here we go. I want to talk to you. You mentioned it earlier, and I said we would come back to it. Another thing that we've really been heavily thinking about and considering on this program are, I guess, you could say, time disturbances. In other words, there will eventually be time travel. I think most people believe that. If there will, then there are time travelers. And if there are time travelers, then if they're able to physically manifest in any way in time, they could change things. And you mentioned that you sort of sat up straight when we started talking about people with memories of the way things may have been. In other words, people have these memories of things that don't appear to have turned out the way they are in our present timeline. Kind of vague memories, but nagging, strong memories when they hear somebody else say it. Like Nelson Mandela died in jail, did not become free and come to lead South Africa and all the rest of that. That it happened a whole different way, and that might be the way it is if somebody's tampering with time.
Yes.
So pick a place and start. Maybe what you believe about time, whether you think that could be going on, is going on. And really that would mean, if it were true, that at any moment, reality, like throwing a switch for every being on the planet, would change.
Well, I think you're close, but I think that there are some things that we should probably look at here and qualify. First of all, let's look at the fact about time from a scientific perspective. With what cosmologists and physicists currently know, it doesn't look like time travel as far as the concept of, again, we're looking at it from a linear point of view. We're saying, okay, well, the past is back there, the future, the present is here, and the future is over there, as if it's a line, a straight line. I believe that time is a sphere. I believe that one theory is that time, past, present, and future exists all at once, and that it's all still. That the only thing that makes us experience time is our movement and our awareness as we move through it. In other words, we're sort of walking a path, if you will. And when you set out on a journey, for example, you might look at a map, and certainly for you, your reality is that when you travel a certain route, that's your reality, and as far as you're concerned, that's the only route that exists, because that's the one you're on. You may be able to look at a map and recognize that there are other roads and other ways you could get there, but certainly your reality is that you're traveling down this one.
Right.
That doesn't mean that the other ones magically disappear while you're on this one path.
No, but I realize that.
Exactly. Well, let's say, for instance, suddenly you get lost. You take a wrong turn.
Yes.
And suddenly now you're going in a completely different direction. You don't recognize anything. Things seem strange. Something seems off. You may not even realize you've gotten off the wrong...
Usually it's the wife's fault.
Yes, of course, right. That's okay. We can handle it. We're mature. We can handle the blame. We're strong. but truthfully, and actually the hormones do play a role there, and I can tell you some stories about Dr. Reed.
We'll get way off where we shouldn't be.
But the truth is that definitely when we get lost sometimes we're not aware of it, are we? It takes a long time, especially for men. Here's yours. The men, they don't recognize that they're lost, or they don't want to admit it, and so they don't ask for directions, and they tend to be lost for a lot longer than some women. Of course, but
it's not wanting to ask for directions because it's a thing. You don't want to appear to be lost.
But as far as
a normal human thing, it's not just a man thing.
Right. I believe that, and again, I think we shouldn't assign values to the sexes. I think that some sexes cross over and have different attributes from what's considered to be something from the other sex. It's not an either-or situation. But I do believe that sometimes what happens is very similar to that scenario, is that we have a certain vibration that keeps us on a certain plane or in a certain dimension, and we're traveling on this journey. But what can happen, and it could be anything from energy disturbances, time disturbances, vibration disturbances, who knows, that could suddenly sort of throw our awareness or something over to a parallel universe, if you will, that would be contained within the same sphere that the rest of the timelines are contained in. In other words, the rest of the universes are contained in.
Well, try this out. Zach from Citrus Heights says, hey, what if these shadow people are actually time travelers from the future and are in effect cloaking themselves from us because they don't want to change something in this timeline? Hey, not a bad guess in a lot of ways.
Well, I believe half of that is true. I believe that many of the shadow people are time travelers.
Oh.
And I will explain more about that later when hopefully we'll get a chance to talk a little bit about extraterrestrials. But I do believe that some of these shadow beings are actually time travelers, even if they're unwilling time travelers. That's a possibility as well.
Do you think there's evidence that these beings or time travelers or whatever they are can manifest physical change?
I don't know if there's evidence, but I do suspect that it's possible. Strongly. I think when you get to evidence, it comes down to really, some people see evidence as one thing and some see it as another. But I do believe that it is possible and quite likely. If I had to bet my life, I'd bet that yes, it is possible.
Would you imagine the nature of time to include the possibility that something changed in the past would either create a whole new timeline or would affect this present timeline instantly?
No, I do not believe that time is linear. I believe that, again, it's spherical, or rather that it doesn't follow sort of a linear line. I believe what would happen is much like I believe Dr. Kaku states, that what would happen is that the energy or the radiation would be so powerful that it would create a new universe, or possibly a new parallel universe, or some new dimension, or something of that nature. I think we're talking about things we don't have definitions or even words for, so it's difficult for me to sound intelligent when I'm describing what I believe would happen. But I do believe that if these beings have come back to do something, or if they're here for whatever reason, they may affect the immediate surroundings, but that may be because our awareness shifts back to another parallel universe. See, I sort of believe that, here's sort of a far-fetched theory, one that I may not be qualified to really make, but I believe that the parts of the brain that we believe we don't use actually may be some sort of connection or link with all of these other parallel universes that I believe exist.
Oh, yes.
And what may be happening is, see, I look at it this way, that this brain in this parallel universe is aware of what's happening here because it's firing a certain way and it's responding to the environment here in this dimension or in this parallel universe.
Right.
But if there's a vibrational disturbance or some sort of extreme shift in, it could be hormones or neurotransmitters or any sort of thing of that nature,
right,
it could throw your energy awareness or soul energy awareness or what have you over to the other parallel universe, even for a split second, and then you might come back. And so I frequently find myself feeling that something has just shifted and I'm not sure quite what it is, or I have sort of a memory lapse for just a moment, or I might go into a fugue state where I do things and I seem to be aware of them when I'm doing them, but then a few minutes later I have absolutely no memory of it at all. Almost like I've been sort of sleepwalking, and it makes me wonder, where did I just go? And we say things like absent-minded professors and whatnot, but it could be possible that when we are firing away, and it would even make sense in the context of people who are extremely intellectual, because you're firing away and you've got all these neurotransmitters going, and then suddenly it's an overload, and somehow your energy awareness gets sucked over somewhere else. Now, I don't know exactly what might cause some of these occurrences, but I suspect it could have something to do with the fact that doorways open up, and we find ourselves in a different universe without even knowing it.
Yes, exactly. Now, here's my point. If that's true, then we're like the human watching the fish in its little two-dimensional world, and we really don't have a whole lot of control, honestly, over what's happening. Even on a global scale, things could be shifting all the time, manipulated by external forces, and we would have absolutely zero control over it, at least right now.
It could be that way, but I tend to think that it's not necessarily something that's being done by anyone intentionally, because it doesn't seem to follow any sort of logic or purpose, really. Sometimes it's something as simple as an apple that you thought you had that turns up disappeared from your bag.
Yes.
But I think that it's probably something that's a phenomenon that's caused by energy disturbances. And certainly at some point in time it may come to the point where we're able to manipulate this purposely, and it could be that there are beings out there that are capable of doing that. I don't know for sure, but I kind of suspect right now, instinctively, that it's something that's occurring quite naturally, and that we don't understand why or how. And I also believe it explains déjà vu. The parallel universe question would explain déjà vu perfectly, because if there's some sort of leak from, let's say, the area of the brain that would be connected to all of these parallel universes and have the capability to travel back and forth in awareness only. In other words, there may be millions of Art Bells and millions of Morgan Spencers, and we simply transfer our awareness to different ones.
Maybe.
In different universes.
Maybe, but I know certainly on occasion I've walked into rooms and I've frozen solid, just boom, stopped, and looked at the room and absolutely known that I've been there before, but I know that I haven't been there before. But the truth is, in a parallel universe, you have been there before. That would be the scenario. So you think that explains déjà vu?
Yes, I believe that actually you have been there before. You have gone down a different timeline before, and things were different in that timeline. And suddenly, when there's a leak, somehow, I don't know if it would be a leak in the brain or a leak in vibration, or who knows what it would be. But if there's a leak, then suddenly you're going to have that memory, and your conscious part of your brain's going to say, oh no, this can't be. But then the truth is that it was, that you did go through and travel down a different timeline.
Yes, but ultimately the linear brain is going to win.
Exactly.
The linear way of thinking is going to win, and you're going to say, I don't know, you're going to rationalize it away one way or the other.
Exactly. You're going to brainwash yourself.
Yes. Yes,
right.
As you were brainwashed as a child, which is a circle back to the beginning of our conversation.
Absolutely.
Do you think we have any reason to be afraid of these beings?
Well,
other than the natural incredible fright when you see one of these things, is there any reason that we should be, in other words, I can't tell you right now whether these things are good, warm, fuzzy little things, happy little things, ex-humans, spirits of some sort, alien beings. Certainly they could be included too if they're all of the above and we're just now beginning to see them, some may be well-intentioned, some may be enjoying themselves, some may be up to mischief, and some may be up to absolutely no good.
Absolute sinister. Yes, I would tend to agree with that. I believe that all of those things are possible. And yet, here's something that I think we need to think about. Whenever we consider these possibilities, we need to constantly be mindful of the fact that we love to scare the hell out of ourselves. And any time you introduce fear into a logical process, whether it's linear, spherical, or otherwise, you're going to distort things. So, for a moment, it's helpful if one can put aside the fear. It's not easy to do.
Oh, fear is just like anger. When it occurs and it's uncontrollable, then it's like just a block going up in front of you, and you can't see past it at all.
Sure.
That's true of fear, and it's true of anger.
Well, yes, I believe that there are different levels of anger and fear as well.
But both stop logical thinking.
Sure, absolutely. And I believe that, there's fear and then there's terror. I believe when you're frightened, you can at least, if you're mildly frightened, you can at least talk yourself through it and help. I've been able to do that myself a bit with regard to some of my experiences, that I would probably be in a nut house if I hadn't learned to not necessarily control my fear, but influence its strength. I don't think we can control our emotions. I think we can influence them if we're trained very well. And I actually received some training because, my area of research is something that many people don't survive mentally.
Really?
Yes, actually, I have a dear friend. I don't want to say names or anything.
No, you need not.
I have a dear friend who I went to school with, and she is actually clinically insane and has been diagnosed with schizophrenia. She just finally got to the point where, and this is a person who was completely a logical, healthy person. She just got completely immersed in the research to the point where she couldn't keep any perspective, and it just sort of took over her. And
really?
Yes, and so training actually is quite important if you're going to research some of these things, because you are getting into some dangerous areas, even if only with regard to how the physiology of the brain works. And, again, we're talking about neurotransmitters and firing back and forth in the brain.
Well, you will, before the night is over, get some calls that will say, you bet you're in a dangerous area, and you know what it is.
Yes, right. Well, now, here I want to address one thing. As far as this thing goes about evil,
yes,
there are people who claim that they say, oh, be gone in the name of Jesus, and this being disappears.
Yes.
Well, I believe that why it works sometimes is that when people say this, it calms them down and it sort of quells their fear. And when their fear is reduced, they don't have as much emotion to offer these beings, these psychic vampires, if you will. And so that might explain why that works for some people and why it doesn't work for others. That, they're not calmed by it if they don't believe it, and therefore they're not able to reduce the level of emotion.
But according to even your own earlier theory, you've got to allow for the possibility, at least, that they're right, and invoking the name of Jesus did do the trick.
And it is possible. I believe that it is possible.
That's right. Or they're conning themselves. Either way, it's gone. So good for them. All right, we are going to turn to the telephones. The subject of time or shadow beings, you call it, we're here. Back into the night with my guest, Dr. Morgan Spence. And Dr. Spence, before we launch to any telephones and pogo jump around on topics, which is what it'll do to us, Karen in Sioux Falls sends the following, talking about sleep disorders. Maybe you don't want to answer this. She says, with regard to doing things in sleep, my husband will have sex with me while he is sleeping and thinks he is dreaming it as he is doing it. Is this normal?
Well, normal is such a subjective term.
Yeah.
I would say it's unusual.
Unusual.
I would say that it would be probably the creation of or an occurrence that occurs because he's got probably a sleep disorder that makes him think that he dreams, and because he's not paralyzed in that state as you would normally be, he goes and acts out the dream.
She doesn't mention here whether she's a happy camper or annoyed.
I was going to ask that question, but I think that, she's lucky that hers is not that she's experiencing violence, but I think it's something that they should definitely have checked out, because it could sort of develop into something else if he were to have a violent dream.
Yes.
So I think this should be looked at. She should definitely see a sleep specialist. And of course, then there's sort of a joke that you could make out of this, that some women feel that all men are sleeping when they're with their significant others. But that's another story.
Woof. It certainly is. All right, with that, we will launch... First-time caller line, you are on the air with Dr. Morgan Spence. Hello.
Hi.
Hi there.
I'm June from Grayville, South Carolina.
Okay.
I've experienced these shadows most of my life. I can remember things happening before I saw shadows.
Do you mean shadow people, or just shadows, or seen from the corner of your eye, or full on, or what are you talking about?
Yeah, from the corner of my eye. But I'm an older person than what you talked about of seeing the shadow people.
All right, look, that was just my general observation that it's a lot of young people. That's all.
It's just that our family were lucky enough to get a television early. We got a television in the early 50s.
That's very interesting.
But I can remember instances when I was a child that I would think I was a very active tomboy child. And I can remember instances of saying, I should have died right then, or that should have hurt me. And I had the feeling that something had moved me out of harm's way.
Huh.
And as I got older, I started, seeing the shadows. But I had not then. I just felt the presence of something there.
Yeah, good enough. Now, that's interesting, Doctor, because if they are able to in some way physically manifest, then that which we assign to devils, demons, and angels, protective angels, a lot of people think they have something or someone looking after them. And there's a lady who said that she thinks probably whatever these things are, they were looking after her.
Absolutely. I believe that's quite possible and quite likely, actually. And I think it's very interesting that she mentioned that her family got a television quite early. You can't help but notice the significance of that. This happens a lot in my research. I have interviewed I don't know how many. I don't even want to venture a guess. And typically, these people had high-tech items in their homes earlier than the rest of their community did. Mm-hmm. So there's definitely a connection there. And after all, what is life? What is so except energy? It's an energy vibration. And so certainly there should be a connection there just by our own logical thinking process. And I definitely believe that she's right on to something. Now, as far as thinking that, this should have killed me or so on, I've had experiences like that myself. So has Dr. Reed. And sometimes to the point where your reality seems bizarre because you're saying to yourself, it just isn't possible that this many things could happen to one person and they could still survive. And that is what makes me wonder, when we have near-death experiences, let's say, for instance, that soul energy does exist and it is really light and it does travel extremely quickly.
Right.
It would be so light and traveling so quickly that it would be likely to get sucked into a black hole immediately upon being loosed from the body. Let's say once the soul energy is completely loosed from the body and that sort of what they call the silver cord is severed, that this soul energy would just sort of get sucked into a black hole, which could be taking them to a different dimension or a different world or whatnot. And I think it's very interesting that people, when they talk about near-death experience, say they remember a bright light. Not all of them, but most of them.
Most of them, yes.
And it's interesting that even Dr. Kaku says that if you got sucked into a black hole, you would see such a bright, blinding light because there's so much light that's been sucked into the black hole, it can't escape. And so you would, for a split second, see this very strong radiation, this bright light. And I believe, quite honestly, and I know this is probably going to make some people feel strange, but I believe that when we have near-death experiences, frequently what's happened is we have died and we have gone on. And what we've done is we've been sucked into a black hole. Our soul energy has been sucked into a black hole and delivered to a parallel universe where our awareness has been planted into another body. Could be a body that's just like our other one, or it could be another body, who knows, that's been there all along, sort of living a life, but that now our awareness is there completely instead of being there only partially. And we have no clue that anything has happened, except that maybe we might discover that maybe Nelson Mandela is alive instead of dead, for example. Or we might discover that, you know, a house that we thought was just down the road has been torn down, and we're wondering, oh, well, it just must be that I've been busy and I didn't notice. And there might be quite a few things, and enough to make you question yourself, but not enough to quite convince you.
Yes.
So that's sort of my theory about a near-death experience, is that could be. And then the other question that you posed and she posed was, you know, could these shadow beings be protective? Here's what I believe, and this is where it gets sort of strange and yet I believe profound, if you'll bear with me. Assuming that these beings are out there and exist, which I believe they do, it's hard for me not to after seeing what I've seen and experiencing things myself. I believe that what happens is all beings seem to follow certain rules, regardless of their species. For example, with the human race, there are people who are extremely aggressive and malicious in their intent towards other humans and other animals, and yet there are other people who are very nice and warm and fuzzy, so to speak. And there are other people who are in the middle, and any one of us on any given day, depending on what's happening in our lives and what mood we're in, could be either way.
Sure.
And so certainly extraterrestrials and shadow people and other beings would seem to follow that same behavior pattern. And I believe that a lot of people, from what they're reporting in the great diversification in the details, I believe that, you know, that support to that theory. Now, I believe also, with regard to extraterrestrials, for example...
I was going to ask you about them.
Well, I see a lot of... typically, it's difficult to study shadow people, in my experience, without also studying extraterrestrials, because they seem to come hand in hand, and I believe that's probably because these beings, some of them are extraterrestrials, and they may be very advanced and coming from the future, and they may be capable of manipulating energy fields to where they are invisible, unless they decide to show themselves, or unless something goes wrong, which, you know, even in our space program we experience mistakes, don't we? We know all about those.
Oh, you bet.
And so they may have problems with some of their technologies, and sometimes they may not always be able to be cloaked. And with regard to abductions, our perspective is that it's terrifying. And again, as I said earlier in the show, the primitive response seems to be that if it's frightening to me, and if I've never experienced it before, it must be evil.
Yes.
But I don't buy that, because, again, we're not all evil, and certainly there are animals that are frightened of us. You know, when we try to look after endangered species, what do? Well, we abduct them, basically. We kidnap them. We take them back to our laboratories. We inject them with microchips so that we can track where they are, and then we study them. And then what we do is we try to help them. You know, we take birds and we stuff them in paper bags so that we can weigh them, actually, and that must be terrifying for the bird.
Yes.
And I'm sure the bird goes and tells all the other little birds that these people, they're awful, they want to make slaves of us, they want to kill us. I don't know what they're doing to us, but it's terrible, it's horrible, and I don't like it. But the truth is, our intent in doing this is to protect them. And it seems to me that if an intelligent species of beings is watching us, to them we must look like we are extremely endangered as a species. Because look what we're doing to ourselves. Look what we're doing to each other. We've got all these diseases popping up. We've got people bombing buildings and all kinds of things happening that are just terrible, and that may ultimately be the end of our race if we aren't careful. And I believe that even though we don't want to believe this, you know, we don't like to be controlled or influenced because it makes us angry. It's something we don't like. But the truth is, maybe they are doing something for our own good, much like we do things for the good of endangered species. And, you know, we also influence reproduction. You know, I hear these stories of people who've been taken, and I've actually, I told you before when we spoke yesterday that I have had some experiences that I'm only willing to call dreams because, not because I'm frightened of it being real, I almost wish it were and hope that it is real, because it's certainly interesting, and I like to think that interesting things are real most of the time.
Rolling back for just a second, if this is going on, if some sort of beneficial action is taking place, then I wish they'd do a better job, because if you look at present trends and behavior, there hasn't been very much modification on the positive side just yet.
Well, right, and I believe it's a long process. And again, look at our own animal kingdom. It appears that we haven't made much progress with what we're doing with them either. You know, so I wish we could develop some better methods as well, because our methods don't seem to work very well at times. And then there's the other problem of that certain humans are engaged in trying to save these species, while other humans are engaged in killing them mindlessly, just sort of for the fun of it.
Yes.
And that's sort of disturbing, because it suggests that there are probably alien beings who would do the same thing to us, and I believe it does and has happened. And yet, the truth is, what do we do to people who we can catch anyway, who are doing this to endangered species? Well, we punish them. And so we are incredibly motivated to protect the species, and therefore that includes helping to eliminate anything that causes a threat to the species, even if it's within our own species.
All right, let me bring somebody else on. A lot of people here. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Dr. Morgan Spence. Hi.
Yes, hi, Art.
Hello. Where are you? Where are you?
I'm Sarah from Syracuse, New York.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi. I have a shadow person experience that took place on December 15th of last year, and the reason I know that is that it was in a dream state, and I keep a dream journal, so I remember it. And what happened was, I dreamt that I was lying in bed awake in the dark, and suddenly I saw this entity hovering above me, this dark energy field, and it just suddenly swooped down on my chest and shoulder area, and it pinned me, and it got a hold of my throat so that I couldn't speak.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, and so I was just stuck. I was totally immobilized. But I realized for some reason that I could hum or chant. I could make sounds with my throat. So I hummed for some reason.
What did you hum?
I just went,
Okay.
And at that point, I didn't feel pressure on my throat, because it got me by the throat. And that was the only sound that I could make.
You could have gone,
Yeah. And at that point, the dream stopped. And that was the end of it. But when it came down on me, I noticed that my spirit kind of went off to the side of my body, because I think I was so freaked out I couldn't, bear to look it in the eye.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. First of all, it's interesting that when you woke up, the being wasn't already on you. It sort of, am I correct? You say that?
No, I never woke up. I went on to the next dream, I guess.
All right, so it was a dream. You believe it was a dream?
Yeah, I think it could have been some sort of, it was almost like an out-of-body experience, too.
Well, it's difficult to say what it might be, but I can say this. It's very interesting that you had the presence of mind to hum.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I almost got the sense that it wanted me to.
Well, and it almost also sounds like you instinctively knew that you were thinking rationally. You weren't so overcome with terror.
That's true.
And I believe that possibly the humming was a way for you to almost distract yourself from what was happening and sort of dissipate some of the fear. And that could have, assuming this was more than, quote, just a dream. I don't know really if there is such a thing as just a dream.
Well, it's kind of a vocal pinching yourself, right?
Exactly. Pinch me, I'm dreaming, or hum something, I'm afraid, I'm having a nightmare. So yes, that certainly would make sense, and I think that's interesting, and that is encouraging, because it suggests that when we are focused and don't allow the fear to run away with us, so to speak, figuratively or literally, then it helps us to combat whatever it is that seeks to control us.
Okay, but there's at least an even chance that what happened to her was real.
I believe so. I believe, perception is something that is very unreliable. And so we may perceive that things are dreams. I have friends who say, well, why do you insist this was just a dream? Why don't you just go ahead and say you've been abducted? Well, first of all, I don't like to be judged, and most people will judge you if you say that. And
That's
secondly, to be honest, I honestly don't know that it wasn't a dream. I have no idea. It felt real. I could feel pain. I had changes occurring in my body that were evident the next day and so on, but I just don't know. I don't know if it was a dream or not. And yet, at some point, it becomes a question of does it really matter? The brain doesn't know the difference between a dream and reality. This is a fact. We really don't. That's why we respond the way we do when we're having a terrible nightmare or a great dream, so to speak, a wet dream.
Mm-hmm.
So who really knows? And does it matter whether it's just a dream or not? That doesn't mean that there isn't an entity that's communicating something to us or studying us.
Yeah, well, the kind of communication that went on there we can all do without. Anything else, ma'am?
No, that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Not exactly the warm and fuzzy story.
Exactly. And the question I would have is, could it be that the reason they were immobilizing, or this being was immobilizing her, was because they were afraid that she was going to try to fight them with something they were doing? For example, if we are trying to impregnate an animal artificially, and the animal is subdued and suddenly it wakes up, we're quite frightened of what they might do, especially let's say it's a lion or something. We're quite frightened of what it might do if it wakes up during the process. Not only could it destroy our work that we've tried to complete, but it could also hurt us. And so it could be happening the same way. They want to make sure that we're immobilized so that they can continue what they're doing.
Gotcha. Well, I had a college professor the other night saying what they're doing is sexual or reproductive in nature. And so that might have been the next step if she hadn't... Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. Back into the night we go with my guest, Dr. Morgan Spence. And welcome back, Doctor.
Thank you.
Would like to stick in this final segment to the phones if we can. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Spence. Hello.
Hi, this is Chris in Sacramento.
Hello, Chris. You're going to have to yell at us. You're not too loud.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's better? Yep, much better.
Okay. I was just wanting to make a comment. I have never seen a shadow person in my life, and well, I remember back when I was younger, almost playing some sort of imaginary game with myself, imagining another, world of people that nobody could see, but they could come out at night and, well, let's just say, do all the things that we do, but no one knows that they're doing them. And that's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Well, he's not very far off, is he?
No, he's not. And there again, you have to consider the possibility that it could just be imagination, but then maybe not.
Remember the boogeyman?
Exactly.
I mean, when you were young, the boogeyman, right?
Right.
Well, maybe the boogeyman was real.
Exactly. And I also say that I'm not so sure that there is such a thing as imagination. Could it be that what we call the imagination is simply our brains receiving information or input from somewhere that we don't really understand, and so we call it imagination. Interestingly, all of the things that we've had in our films in the past, from Star Trek and so on, isn't it interesting how so many of them developed later on? And it seems to be that whoever's writing them is almost tuning into the future when they're doing it.
Mm-hmm. First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Spence. Hello.
Good morning. This is Dan in Eugene.
Hi, Dan.
How you doing?
Okay.
I've been into the Jose Arguelles and the Mayan factor and that sort of thing, and he puts out the concept of the morphogenic field, where there's a planet mind. And like the native Aboriginal Australians, they've been living in the dream time, and a close experience with a friend who actually had a dream that he was climbing on a limb, felt it was going to fall off on a picnic table. He dreamed this. And he told me about the next day. He went to the picnic. He was up on a limb, and he went, oh, my gosh, I'm about to fall off. I remember this dream. So this close experience made me really believe the trust between us, made me believe the experience that he had, and then the Jose Arguelles. So the planet mind, with all of our minds creating electromagnetic impulses. It seems like and with all the frequencies, if you kind of start weaving these things together, and you read a little Stephen Hawking's Brief History of Time,
yes.
Nothing solid, we're like radios. We tune into sensory frequencies. Our eyes see a few hundred millicrons of many million millicrons of light.
Well, somebody just seems to have delivered a radio to us that tunes a higher frequency.
Right.
Exactly.
So is the morphogenic field concept that you guys are into or studied much? The planet mind sort of concept.
Sure. Well, on the website, it's interesting because, are you still there?
Well, I'm here. He's not. The website. You just put the website up, and it's entitled shadowbeings.com, huh?
Yes. But I was going to say on the website, in the book excerpt that's up, I talk about, not necessarily telepathy, but I talk about the transmission aspect, the receiver and the transmission activity of the brain. We don't often like to simplify ourselves scientifically because we like to believe we're much more than we are, and I believe that we are. We're much more than the sum of our parts, as I believe everything is. And that's why I don't believe you can isolate things too much in a laboratory and approach any kind of reality in your results. But I talk about how, at its essence, the brain does nothing more really than receive information and send information. It's that simple. And yet there are so many complicated processes going on between the two in order for that to happen that, it appears to be much more complex than it is. And let's look at computers. For all the things we do on computers, all the images we see, all of the activities that we do and the things we use them for, all they do is process zeros and ones in different configurations.
So far.
Right. And the truth is, some scientists said they were surprised to find that when we mapped the human gene that it didn't seem to have that many more sequences than that of a worm.
Oh, that's quite right. They expected this great complexity that they appeared to be disappointed.
Exactly, but that's only because we dream and fantasize that we're much more complicated than we are. Exactly, because that's our experience of ourselves. I'm sure the worm would be surprised to know that we have more complex genes than they do, because they probably seem much more advanced to themselves than we do, assuming they have a consciousness. And, of course, we decided long ago that something needs to have some sort of brain in order to have consciousness. I don't know that that's true. Perhaps there are other aspects of beings and even plants that don't have brains, but clearly they do have central nervous systems. I mean, that's how how a Venus flytrap is able to.
Oh, I'm sure you've heard about the
Secret Life of Plants.
Yeah.
Yes, I actually have the book, and it's all true. I mean, it's just that we sort of get caught up in our delusions of what things are, and it's our experience that causes us to be misled by ourselves rather than the other way around.
So perhaps we think a little much of ourselves, eh?
I truly think so. I really do.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Spence. Hello.
Hello. I know somebody that basically says, like, when I'm going to come over and visit them, what they'll do is that they say that they'll see like a dark shadow of me before I come to their house. And
right.
This is somebody I know. And then I had a personal experience where I encountered something was going on in our community that was having a big effect, and I had these like three-dimensional shadow people show up, and they would talk to me in dreams, and they even caused me to astral project and stuff. But what I found out from interacting with them is that they were thought forms. These shadow beings are actually thought forms or images that we as humans generate these images, and also these other beings are able to generate these images or shadow beings. And actually what they are astral projections of us and of these beings. And what I found out is that even though like I'm awake right now, I'm actually astral projecting, but I only become consciously aware of what my astral projecting is when I fall asleep and I all of a sudden have this feeling of astral projecting, when in reality I'm actually doing this all the time. It's just I'm not consciously aware, other than the thoughts I generate
So then, if I'm hearing this correctly, you're suggesting these shadow beings are projections of living entities, i.e. ourselves.
Yeah, and that's where remote viewing. And there are times where I've astral projected, and I've run into things that I didn't really care to run into, or, you know, all of a sudden something's there and you get attacked or something like that, and, you know, all of a sudden you go back to your body, and I'm thinking, you know, thank God humans, when they astral project, can't see what they're seeing, because it'd be really a nightmare, you know, if we send out thought forms and we could actually see what our thought forms are seeing. And I think, you know, this has a lot to do with, like, what schizophrenics are going through, that they're actually more in tune with their thought forms than what normal people are actually experiencing.
Doctor, that's an interesting concept.
Yes, actually, it is, and I cover that in the book as well, that we're going to release in ebook form on the 18th of this month, and then in August in paper form. But yes, he's correct that I believe that is one form of shadow person. I don't believe it explains all of the manifestations. Again, it's sort of like if you discovered a mirror for the first time, and you might say, oh, when you look into the mirror, you see yourself, and someone else might say, well, no, when you look into the mirror, you see a car. Well, it all depends on what's in front of that mirror. And so it could be, I do believe it's many different things. It's not as simple as any one thing. But I do believe that, and again, it talks about this more in the book, but I do believe that when we go to sleep, you know, we're constantly, all the time, we're shedding hairs and skin cells. And I do believe that when we go to sleep frequently, it's possible that certain energy vibrations get old and sort of dissipate, and we shed possibly an energy shell, if you will. And this energy shell could be capable of traveling on its own and having sort of a mini consciousness until it sort of maybe dissipates into nothingness.
That's interesting, a mini consciousness until it dissipates.
Exactly. Right. So I do believe that a certain percentage of this phenomenon has to do with the fact that some of ourselves, we may have sort of been letting go of old parts of ourselves, and this may be a regular thing. And then
projections spinning off,
right,
if you will.
Exactly. And then I also believe that thoughts are things, and when you are thinking about someone, you are sending energy in that direction. And thought being an incredibly light form of energy that we haven't even been able to really define or see yet, then I think it follows that it could travel extremely fast, and it could travel in a way that we don't understand, and that possibly we are, in a sense, projecting ourselves there before we get there in order to get there.
Doctor, I get thousands of emails on this subject. How would you like a few?
Sure.
Okie dokie. What's your email address?
My email address is dimension1111@yahoo.com.
Dimension1111@yahoo.com?
Yes, dimension and then 4 1s and @yahoo.com.
4 1s?
Yes.
Oh, God. I'm never going to hear the end of this. That's a great email address. Dimension and 4 1s@yahoo.com.
Yes.
Go get her, folks. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Spence. Hello.
Hello, Art. Hello, Dr. Spence. My name's Don, and I'm in northern Indiana.
Yes, sir.
And I believe I have a proof for time travel.
Oh?
And I think the doctor could research it and actually prove the time travel is going on, and they are affecting the timeline. Are you aware of the fact that people that supposedly have photographic memories, as they age, their memory in every area but history stays photographic?
No.
No, I wasn't.
No, I was not aware of that. In every area but history.
Very interesting.
God, that's fascinating.
And that is a proof that someone is going back and changing history, because photographic memories have been proven.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. But how are you able to demonstrate to us that what you just said is true, that their photographic memory remains intact throughout their life, save history?
Because you can prove that a young child, to a certain degree, has photographic memory. As you study the child over the pace of years, the gaps in the history, the conflict in the history recall start occurring.
That's interesting.
Well, one question that I would have is photographic memory implies seeing something and having a memory of that, and not necessarily.
Well, it's more than just seeing. It's with the help of hypnosis, you can bring back the total sensations that you're experiencing.
Well, when you get into hypnosis, that's an area where I'm not quite sure if that's as reliable as we'd like to believe. But
well, you have to have someone that's trained and not to lead someone. Just
well, sure. But even when they're trained not to lead someone, that doesn't mean it doesn't occur.
Yeah,
so.
it does occur. And the other fact that I wanted to bring out, we're talking about the shadow people.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you would take a look at the folklore and mythology, especially in the Irish folklore,
you'll find it.
You will find that they divide the world into the existence that you're living in, a place that they call the shade, which is in between where we're living and someplace else that people can enter into, travel, observe, what for, and then the astral plane is separate.
Sort of a religious person might refer to that center area as a kind of purgatory, huh?
No, it's not a purgatory. It's a.
No, I said a religious person might refer to it in that manner.
Well, they might, but it wasn't looked on that way. And a proof of that is if you have access to security tapes from the major malls around the world,
right?
You will literally see people disappear. And then 100, 200 feet down the mall, they'll reappear.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing wrong with the tape, nothing wrong with the equipment.
Well, you're blowing me away again. How do you know this to be true?
Well, I'm out of the military, and was in the security end before I was forced to retire.
Okay.
And
so you had occasion to watch a lot of those tapes.
The puzzles, yeah, and. I don't know if you've ever spent 8 hours a night chasing a ghost on alert pad that all your sensors is telling you it's there and you can't find it.
No, I've never done that.
But I'm sure you've heard of Air Force personnel complaining about it.
Yes, I have, and your point is exceptionally well made. Thank you. Let's see if we can sneak one more in here. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Spence. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, my name is Mark. I'm calling from British Columbia, Canada.
Yes, Mark.
I just wanted to share a couple stories with you about my experiences with the shadow people. It was probably about a year ago, I guess. I was sleeping with my girlfriend, and I was at the end of my dream, and I saw this big glowing orange sphere flying towards me, and I had the choice to go towards it or wake myself up.
Mm-hmm.
And I woke up, and beside my bed there was a dark shape standing there, and it kind of morphed its shape and started going down towards the floor, and it turned into a dog, and then it disappeared.
Turned into I'm sorry?
It was kind of shaped like a dog. It was I don't know, like a wolf or something, but it was hard to make out.
And then
it was some sort of canine.
Yep.
And then it disappeared. And then I had an experience. I guess it was a few months ago. I was sleeping, and I was looking over a grassy field, and there were these dark shadow people walking around, and they were walking around in circles, and there was bushes around. And there was dogs kind of running around their feet, smelling at the bushes and stuff.
Yes.
And they all, there was probably 7 or 8 of these shadow people, and they all turned and walked away from me at the same time. And the dogs kind of scurried, away from me for a second, and then they turned into spirits and started flying around me. And I heard this really loud, screeching, piercing noise that woke me up from my sleep. And I was completely terrified. And I guess it was about a month ago. My girlfriend was watching a show on TV. She was at her parents' house, and she called me on the phone, and it was a show on sleep paralysis. And there was a woman on there that was talking about these dark entities, and they wear ankhs around their neck.
Mm-hmm.
And
sir, we're gonna have to leave the line. We're woefully short on time. I very much appreciate your call, and particularly your first story, Doctor. Your e-book. You're gonna have an e-book. You're writing a book, which is going to be called Shadow Beings, Reality Unveiled. It's going to be available on the net. When?
On June 18th.
June 18th.
Right.
Day after my birthday.
Oh.
Interesting.
Wow.
All right. And then it's going to be out in paperback form, is that correct?
Yes, I believe August.
In August.
Yes, the end of August.
In the meantime, they have your new website to go to.
Yes.
Congratulations on the birth of your new website.
Thank you.
In the meantime, you've been absolutely fascinating to have on the program. Really fascinating, and we will have you back.
I hope very soon.
All right. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you.
All right, look, we're out of time. I'm sorry about that, everybody. Boy, what an hour, huh? In fact, what a night. Tomorrow night, we'll be back with, I'm not sure what, open lines, and I'm open to suggestions. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Ta-ta.
Good evening, good morning, as the case may be across this great land of ours, from the Tahitian and Hawaiian island chains. In the west, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north all the way to the pole, and worldwide on the Internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. Great to be here. In the next hour comes Barry Tapp. Dr. Barry Tapp. He is a world-renowned parapsychologist. In case you have forgotten, he is the guy who did the actual work on the movie The Entity, starring Barbara Hershey. I wonder if you remember that. He's got a new book out. We'll tell you all about that next hour. And he's got a lot of goodies for you, including some audio tapes that I think will put a chill down your spine if it wasn't chilled last night. And all the news today puts a chill down my spine. A defiant India basically set off 2 more underground nuclear explosions today, saying they are the last in the series, but nobody believes them. And NBC did a very, very long piece about how the world once again is facing the possibility, I say again, facing the possibility of nuclear war. That it could happen. That there are a number of scenarios you might imagine, one in which Pakistan tests its own nuclear bomb, and Korea follows, and by the way, if you want something to chill you out a little, Korea today suggested that it may well abandon the promise to get rid of this old nuclear reactor so that it can continue to make bomb-grade plutonium. They said that today in reaction. China is likely going to be nervous. They've got several hundred nukes stored up. And so they did a big piece on all of a sudden. Here it is again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the possibility of nuclear holocaust. And I told you when I heard that the repercussions of that would be very, very serious, and so they are, and they are still only but beginning. So I guess maybe it's time for kids to have nightmares again. I don't know. Maybe the world has to relearn lessons every so often, no matter what. We dropped the bomb, and the world was horrified. Remember? The world was absolutely horrified that we would do that. It ended the Second World War, and frankly, memories of it, I think, have kept us from nuclear war all this time, but I wonder how long the memory really is lasting. It would appear now, to me, that the memory is just about faded enough that we're in danger of the possibility of nuclear war once again, and what's been going on the last few days sure does prove that. Today, between our Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, and Benjamin Netanyahu, but the talks did not produce anything at all. They will resume their talks tomorrow, but as of today, no change. The Russian economy is moving slowly toward recovery, weighted heavily by corruption. They've got the mob there, the need for revenue. Russia is presently treading water, and it's going to be yet a long time before Russia ever catches up economically with anybody. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about something that is not in the news, but absolutely ought to be. Incidentally, NBC, you may have seen, noted that El Nino is not yet done. It rained here. It's been raining for about the last, on and off, 24 hours. And I hear there is another weekend storm on the way. The temperature here in the desert, which should be very high right now, we should be well into our summer, is in the 40s and low 50s at best. There's lots of new snow on the mountain behind me. I'll take a photograph on the studio cam tomorrow. You can see it. The snow level I would estimate at about 5,000 feet, maybe 4,000 feet here. It's really something. I've never seen weather like this, never. And NBC did a big piece finally last night and noted that indeed there has not been weather like this. Tornadoes in southern and northern California. Actually, I don't even want to sit here and document it. The weather almost everywhere, with very few exceptions, has been astoundingly changed. And they interviewed scientists on NBC who said, well, yes, it would seem El Nino's not gone yet. They may have a surprise ahead. Here's a fact. Now, this is something that isn't in the news and damn well ought to be. Art, I live in North Georgia, Dalton, Georgia. And there's not a cloud in the sky here tonight, but there sure is a haze over the moon. Last night the sky was clear and the moon was perfectly clear and visible. Tonight, the hazy halo around the moon has got to be a result of the fires in Mexico and parts of South America. You bet it is. And nobody worldwide is really reporting this. Isn't that interesting? There are fires now in Mexico, which is seeing temperatures of 118 degrees, and Guatemala as well, that have the entire Texas coast, Rio Grande Valley, to the Louisiana border on alert. They're saying the haze is very dangerous smoke and has indeed traveled all the way from Central and South America. Dangerous particles in the air. Now, nobody's reporting it. None of the network media is reporting this event, and it is an event. I began hearing about it last night. Here's another one for you. This comes from the news up in Canada. Dayline San Paulo. An underground fire is smoldering and spreading underfoot in southeastern Brazil, and local firefighters have no idea how to deal with it. Said Sergeant David Francisco de Silva, it's complicated. He's a firefighter in San Jose de Campos, outside San Paulo. He said, we're talking about a subterranean fire. So you can saturate the land, but there's not much else you can do. The fire is burning near the surface, but is in a park area, and apparently doesn't pose a threat to anybody's property, but it is an ongoing underground fire. Temperatures 4 inches below the ash-covered surface reach 140 degrees Fahrenheit. So you dig down 4 inches, and it's 140 degrees. Now, the reports about the very serious fires in Mexico are accurate. A repeat, they are accurate. Very serious fires. Guatemala, very serious fires. The smoke reaching all the way, in some cases now, to the Caribbean. And we're not hearing much about it. Pretty weird, if you ask me. And here's a follow-up on the cat story from the Toronto Sun. Michael Clement wrote this in the Toronto paper there. Spunky the mad cat went home yesterday in a plastic container. The Siamese tabby Cross was shot to death by police May 4th when she went berserk and attacked guests at her owner's Weston Road apartment. Her owner said, "I miss her," who picked up Spunky's cremated remains yesterday. She used to sleep with me. She'd run to the door every time we came home and meow. Well, she wasn't a bad cat, said this young waitress, 24. This cat, normally docile, suddenly went crazy, jumped on the leg of one of this young lady's party guests, madly scratching and attacking anyone who tried to touch her. When put in the bathroom, Spunky was howling and head-butting the door. Her claims she is too upset, too, by the number of anonymous abusive calls they've received. They just can't believe the police had to shoot her. They think she must have been given alcohol or drugs or something. They're calling us a bunch of losers. We weren't partying. I don't do drugs, never have. There was no alcohol around. No one harmed her. We wouldn't do that, she said. But nevertheless, Spunky is now a bag o' ashes. In a moment, I'll do a little more and we'll open lines. Listen, I do want to make note. You might want to go up to the website. After the blast by Benson's attorneys, and they did send a blast at us and they made us, you know, I had on the website, with proper credit given, you know, the 2 cartoons that Benson had done of me, Steve Benson, the Arizona Republic. And that's all we had up there, the 2 that he had done of me, with my name on them. But we got a threatening letter from their attorneys, and they said, take them off or else. Well, we took them off. However, as a matter of fact, you can see the letter they wrote up there. However, we are now initiating our View of Benson contest. And you are welcome to be part of it. It's one of the fun little things we do here. We've decided to volley back at the Arizona Republic and Steve Benson by allowing you, my listening audience, and in many cases his a viewing audience, to submit your view of Benson. That's right, your view of Benson. And we already have the first 3 posted up there on the website right now. If you would like to see what the first 3 people who did something think of, you know, their view of Benson, it's a free First Amendment world out there, folks. So you make the cartoons, send them to my webmaster, and the award-winning cartoons will be posted on the website, just like 3 we've got up there right now. They're great. Great. If you're a bit of an artist with a sense of humor, and you have a view of Benson that you would like to air, please send them to my ever-so-attentive webmaster, the very creative webmaster that I have, Keith Rowland. And so we're asking you to submit your view of Benson to Keith Rowland by sending it to him at the following email address: Keith, Keithr, Keith R at primenet.com. Keith R at primenet.com or webmaster at artbell.com. And if you want to go up and take a look at what 2 or 3 creative people have already accomplished for us, you're welcome to do that. They're a riot. It's all at www.artbell.com. So if Benson wants to know how the public views him, he's going to have to log on to the website. My guess is he will be doing just that. So we may not be able to post the cartoons which they published with my name, but we can publish our view of Benson, and we are going to do that, as you can readily see by looking at the website tonight. So by all means, send your entries to my very astute, anxious webmaster at webmaster@artbell.com, or Keith R, Keithr, all lowercase, at primenet.com. We'll look forward to getting more entries. This is interesting. I read it a long time ago. Somebody sent it to me again. If we could shrink the Earth's population to a village of precisely 100 people with all existing human ratios, here's how the village would look. There would be, among this 100, there'd be 57 Asians, 21 Europeans, 14 from the Western Hemisphere, North and South, and 8 Africans. 51 would be female, 49 male, 70 would be non-white, 30 would be white, 70 would be non-Christian, 30 would be Christian. Wow. 50% of the entire world's wealth would be in the hands of only 6 people, and all 6 would be citizens of the United States. 80 would live in substandard housing. 70 would be unable to read. 50 would suffer malnutrition. That's half. 1 would be near death. 1 near birth. Only 1 would have a college education. Nobody would own a computer. Imagine that. If you took the world as a whole and reduced it down to 100 people, that's the village you would get. And I don't think it would do what the First Lady imagines the village would do. What do you think? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Oh, just 2 things I wanted to talk about. A little correction. A lot of people who talk about spiritual things.
Yes.
About, extra-dimensional beings.
Yes.
I would probably say that'd be wrong. It'd be more like exo-dimensional. Because it'd be more like something outside time, space, and all the dimensions that any physicist would be able to describe.
Well, it's certainly possible. It's as possible as anything else.
I just thought that would be better. Also, in regard to this nuclear thing going on,
yes,
I think it has a lot to do with President Clinton and Hillary Clinton and their newly exposed stance toward Israel. Because I really have a strong belief that as long as any country is pro-Israel, that things are going to go good for them. And if they're not, then the world will start to shake. And strange things, really bad things will start to happen.
Well, if you look at all the news with respect to India, Pakistan, North Korea, China, the bad news is happening.
Well,
what do you think?
Well, I think that we'll be in a huge financial crisis the very moment that we take any funding away from Israel. So, if we stop that, we're pretty much going to be screwed.
Why?
Well, if you believe what's in the Bible, you'll think.
Oh, I see. You mean we will then set our removing that $3 billion or however much it is a year from Israel would set the world on a collision course with the end.
Well, no, just the United States.
All right. I appreciate your call, sir. Thank you. And I'm not suggesting that we do that. I would never suggest that we do that. Can you imagine that? Stopping the aid to Israel would be, I know a lot of people just would salivate at the very prospect of doing that. But if you have been to Israel, you will understand why we give aid. I mean, if you've ever been to Israel and understand what they have in common with us, as in U.S., despite some friction we've had with them, and you look around what's around Israel, you would understand why we give aid to Israel. Oh, there you are. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going.
Hey, I heard your son smashed up your Geo Metro.
Smashed it good.
Yeah, wow.
Rolled it. It's like anybody, I think, who gets a new teenage boy gets a license, driver's license.
Mm-hmm. Been there, done that.
Yeah.
Do the wild thing at 702-727-1295.
Pretty lucky.
Yeah.
But I wanted to ask you, what kind of car did you get that you pushed off the Metro on him?
Pushed off?
Well, sold or...
I gave it to him.
Or gave or whatever.
Maybe that was my mistake,
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I've got a Trans Am Firebird. How about that?
Wow, one of the new ones?
Yeah. Midnight blue, dark black. Oh, kind of between blue and black. It's the damnedest color you've ever seen.
Wow, we know who's going to be getting some speeding tickets now, don't we?
Well, let us not make presumptions.
Okay, we shall not.
Precipitous presumptions. But yeah, the answer is probably yeah.
I had a request for a guest for you to interview. I saw that movie, the new one, the Deep Impact movie.
Yes.
And at the beginning they had like an astronomer and he was punching in all this stuff with the telescope. And I know you've had some astronomers you interviewed before, but you never really got down into detail on how that stuff works. And I don't know, I kind of...
You'd like to see an astronomer on the show? Well, all right, I'll do that. And I see what you're saying. I just read a very good book about Mount Palomar Observatory. A really good book. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
I heard your son rolled your Geo Metro.
Well, he rolled his Geo Metro.
Well, I've got a 19-year-old son. He drives a 77 Chevy Impala. I've got him in a tank, so he'll be protected if anything happens.
Well, you could see it coming. I mean, he was nailing stationary objects right and left.
Yeah.
A fence here, a thing on the bumper there, a missing mirror over there because it scraped a tree. And so it was like, there's no way this is going to be avoided. And of course, it wasn't.
Yeah. Was he hurt?
Not even a scratch.
He's very fortunate there.
He had a seatbelt on.
I insist that my son use his seatbelt.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, what he does when he's away from me, God only knows. But I wanted to give you an idea. You might want to get him a tank.
A tank?
Well, 77 Chevy.
I might want to put him in a tank. All right. Well, listen, thank you very much. I appreciate the call. I think that he can contemplate for a while driving before he actually gets to drive again. And it's really a shame, too, because when he got the car, when I gave him the car, it was like Christmas, of course. I mean, here he is of an age to drive, and so I gave him the car. And he was so in love with it that he would go out in the driveway and he'd sit in the car for hours. Just sit there. Dreaming the dream. This was before he got his license and I gave him the car. And he would sit in the car, literally for hours, just enjoying his own space. And he was so in love with that car. And now, look at it. Dent City. Crushed City. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, Art. This is Jeff. I've been trying to get a hold of you for some time now.
Okay, Jeff, here I am.
Got a couple things for you real quick.
Yes.
I've been working with some photos from the MGS.
MGS?
Yes.
What's that?
Mars Global Surveyor.
Ah, thank you. All right, you've been looking at the Mars photos, and?
Yes, I've been looking in areas outside of Cydonia, and came across several things. I've been sending you some faxes on the JLM region.
So what is it you see?
I see lots of things that shouldn't be there.
Like what?
Geometric shapes, structures, buildings.
Buildings?
Yes.
Well, there are a lot of people who think they see buildings in the photographs that we now have. Richard Hoagland certainly does. Many others who have looked at the photographs do. And even I, when I look at some of them, I'll be damned if it doesn't look like buildings that in some cases have no roof or part of a wall. Otherwise, yeah, they look like buildings.
Yeah,
ruins.
This goes way beyond that. What I'm going to do, I'm going to send you a set of these photos.
Well, what have you got? Hammers, nails, power tools?
I'll send them email.
All right, email them to me. I'll look forward to them, whatever it is. No jokes, please. Everybody thinks it's so funny. Had to put a really weird thing on Mars. Look what I can do with Photoshop, Ma. And, so I end up with all kinds of things like Abrams tanks on Mars and that kind of thing. People send me photographs of all that sort of thing. Trying to display their talent for morphing. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, I'm on.
It would appear so.
Hey, I've got a suggestion for a guest.
Do you? Where are you?
I'm in Sacramento Valley.
Okay.
But I wanted to commend you first about the kind of show you have. I'm glad there's somebody willing to step outside of the kind of restricted,
yeah, that's me.
Sanitized, stereotypical,
boring
show that you hear all the time.
I know. They're all the same. It's like they came out of some little cookie cutter thing, and somebody said, here's what you got to do on talk radio. Boom, better do that as your road to success.
Yeah, well, I think probably most of them would probably call you a kook.
They do. They do.
Or the ultimate dismissal of all, which is conspiracy theorists.
Oh, they do. They do.
And
I don't care.
So anyway,
See, that's what they don't understand is I don't care. I hear it all the time from my colleagues in talk radio. They're going nuts, and they make jokes and stuff when people call and mention my name. That's okay. I don't care. I really don't.
Anyway, so I really like to try and find as many, I guess, unconventional sources as possible.
Me too.
But anyway, there's a lot of people I could mention that might be guests. But
give me your top choice.
Pardon me?
Top choice.
Have you ever interviewed Maury Terry?
No, I don't even know who he is. Who is he?
He's an author and reporter. He wrote a book called The Ultimate Evil.
Oh.
Have you ever heard of that?
Sounds good. So far, The Ultimate Evil.
The Ultimate Evil, yeah. Well, he was investigating the Son of Sam case.
Ah, yes.
In New York.
Yes.
And what he discovered was, despite the official police version that David Berkowitz was the lone guy, he found out that actually there was a number of people involved in the killings, and they belonged to a satanic cult, and the murders were actually ritual murders, and that there's this kind of a network of cults.
All right, you've got me hooked. That's enough. All I need is a way to contact this person.
Okay, well, I just sent you something in the mail today, and I really don't know exactly how to contact him, but
that's always the problem.
But I do know that in the book he mentioned that he was in contact with Steve Dunleavy of the New York Post and several other news people, and I wrote that down in my letter.
I could probably get hold of Steve. That I could do. All right, sir, thank you very much. And I would like to urge any of you who want me to have a guest on to take pity on me and try and include some kind of contact information. I book all my own guests. Nobody does that for me. I book my own. Because there's really, I often wonder about other talk show hosts and how they do that. They have some producer who's booking guests for them, and how does the producer really know what the talk show host wants to do? I've frequently wondered about that. I don't do it that way, and maybe there is some sort of camaraderie that develops between the host and the producer anticipates what the host wants. But I've just never been comfortable with letting anybody else do that kind of thing for me. So I usually talk to my guests beforehand and see if they're the kind of people that you would enjoy. And that gives you about an 80% success rate, and then about 20% of them get on the air and are total bombs. But at least when you do it yourself, you know, most of the time it works out. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art Bell. This is Daryl from Salem, Oregon.
Hi, Daryl.
I wanted to tell you I had sent you a tape here a while ago, and it basically it tells about a theory of Mars used to be not actually in our orbit, but used to fly by on about a 54-year flyby.
Really?
Yeah, and
you mean then it would go shooting back out into the universe to come back 54 years later? Is that what you're talking about?
yes, and the theory is this guy studied ancient cultures, all their folklore and stuff like this.
Yes.
They feel that it might have been captured in our orbit about 700 BC, approximately the time.
Well, it's not. It's captured by the orbit of the sun, of our sun.
No,
or it's captured by the sun, the gravitational pull of the sun, I believe. I don't think the Earth. Mars does not orbit the Earth. It joins us in orbiting the sun.
No, but it was actually captured in our orbit on a close flyby coming by Earth, was captured in the sun's orbit. They feel that...
Okay, here's what's wrong with that theory. They know that perhaps 500 million years ago there was a giant flood on Mars. Right? They've got the floodplains, the rest of it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, if Mars had been out orbiting the universe and away from the sun, it could not have had the atmosphere that they say it had. It could not have the water that they say it had, and so forth and so on. So, say to that.
I never considered really that. I just, what they made sort of sense is, you know, that we used to have 360-day calendar, and up till about somewhere around 700 BC, all the cultures all over the world changed to the 365-day and a quarter. And they feel that that's, you know, not only studying, they use the Bible, the Torah, all the Incas and stuff like that. And
well, listen, I would love to continue this with you, but unfortunately I am at the top of the hour, so we'll talk again about this sometime, all right?
Okay.
Take care. I just don't see how it could have happened, because as nobody can hear you scream in space, planetary-wise, if Mars had been out there zooming around, it certainly would not have had atmosphere, no water, or anything else, because it would not have been near a nourishing star. This is Coast to Coast AM. Listen to this. Dr. Barry Taff is a world-renowned parapsychologist who worked out of UCLA's former parapsychology laboratory from 1969 through 1978 as a research associate. He holds a doctorate in physiopsychology. Is that right? Psychophysiology. That's probably right. With a minor in biomedical engineering from UCLA. During his 30-year career, Dr. Taff has investigated more than 3,500 cases of ghosts, hauntings, poltergeists, and has conducted extensive studies in telepathy, precognition, remote viewing. He was also himself investigated as a psychic subject, the results of which were published in Behavioral Neuropsychiatry, A Laboratory Investigation of Telepathy, The Study of a Psychic, Volume 6, Numbers 1 through 12. One of the cases Dr. Taff investigated in 1974, you may recall, gained international fame as the book and motion picture The Entity, starring Barbara Hershey, released by Fox in 1983. It was a really frightening motion picture. Barbara Hershey was repeatedly attacked, sexually assaulted in the movie. It was a real-life occurrence, so she portrayed that, but continuously assaulted by an entity. Dr. Taff has appeared on numerous TV and radio programs, including Strange Universe, Unsolved Mysteries, The Joan Rivers Show, Current Affair, Hard Copy, Sightings, Judge for Yourself, The Extraordinary, and a recurring guest on NBC's The Other Side. Now check this out. He is consulted for government, business, and law enforcement, including the CIA, ONI, NSA, DLI, DIA, DARPA, the FBI, Interpol, LAPD, California Highway Patrol, Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department, and the Westminster Police Department. Wow. He has served as a technical advisor or script doctor on the films Logan's Run, Demon Seed, Altered States, Poltergeist, and The Entity. He's written numerous articles for magazines and journals, has been featured in many books on paranormal subjects ranging from precognition to UFOs. Dr. Taff is also the co-inventor of 6 medical patents which are currently being developed for the market. His new book, Aliens Above, Ghosts Below, Explorations of the Unknown, has just recently been published on the Internet. What an amazing past, Dr. Taff. Welcome to the show.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here.
Is there any alphabet agency here that you missed?
The National Institute of Mental Health.
What is the DLI? That's
Defense Language Institute.
The Defense Language Institute. Oh. Just as a matter of curiosity, what is it like dealing with the CIA?
Well, it's like you're dealing with people that are never there, and everything's sort of kind of quiet. You don't get direct answers. You never really know what's going on. You can't ask a lot of poignant questions. You have to sign national security oaths, like 5 times over.
So, in other words, it's exactly what we imagine it to be.
It's a little worse, actually.
A little worse, actually.
I mean, the people were nice, but you're kind of cold, apathetic, very distant, detached. And they're as paranoid of you as you are of them.
Maybe that's a good thing.
Well, perhaps, depending on who you're dealing with. But it's, it's like the old oxymoron of, military intelligence or government intelligence you can't use.
Yes,
so
of course. All right. A lot of my audience has never heard you before. You did the original investigation on the real entity story, the one Barbara Hershey was in.
Right.
And I suppose we should give our new audience a little bit of history about what that really was like as opposed to what the movie showed us.
Oh, yes, it was, well, as you read in my book, I discuss quite in depth the differences between the movie and reality, and in some ways reality was a lot more interesting than the movie.
Really?
Because we captured a lot more evidence, we had a lot more personal experiences, and I'll sort of try to chronicle that now. When you're investigating hauntings and poltergeist activity or apparitions, you spend a lot of time talking to people and just collecting data, meaning stories, anecdotal information.
Sure.
It's very rare to be in the environment, this field environment, and to witness something, and it's even rare to be in the environment and to record something while you're visually observing it. It's extremely rare. It's like the probability of being in an airport with a camcorder and there happens to be a crash of an airliner while you're there. It's like astronomical. It's an astronomical probability.
Yeah, to be in the right place with the right equipment when something actually really happens.
Right, that the phenomena, whatever the nature of it is, happens to be cooperative or present when you're present, which is extremely rare. So it all began when my colleague at the time was in Hunter Books in Westwood, and right really down from the UCLA campus, and he was talking with one of his friends about the work we do, and some women on the other side of one of the bookshelves was overhearing his conversation, and she just casually said, "My house is haunted." And of course, we get that all the time. People just throw it at us as a big joke, and rather than trying to engage this woman in a detailed conversation in that environment, my colleague thought it'd be best if he just took her name and number, and we'd get back to her another time.
Was a young woman?
Right, the woman's name was Doris, who we called Mrs. B in the original article, but her first name is Doris, so we refer to her as Doris. We made an appointment to come out and see her, rather than just interview on the phone, since she lived really close to where we did. She lived in Culver City, and we lived in West Los Angeles. So we went out to see her. It was August of 1974, and we sat down and basically said, "Tell us a story. What are your experiences? What's happening here?" And the first thing she told us was that she'd been repeatedly sexually accosted by 3 entities. And my colleague and I looked at each other, and our eyes essentially rolled back in our heads, and we both thought, oh my God, this woman's very disturbed.
Yeah, actually, I was going to go even further back than that, and I was going to ask you, so many people will say something like that, but what was it about this woman that made you even take the step to physically take the time and trouble to go and see her? She must have stood out in some way.
When she came up to my colleague, she was very distressed. She was very on edge and nervous, and the keynote in dealing with people that contact us in terms of investigations is that fear seems to be the primary reason, the fundamental reason they call.
Damn right. So
they want to know what's going on, how do they deal with it, what's the nature of it, and, of course, how do you end it, which is something we don't deal with. We try to document it.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, that's very reasonable, and I now understand. She was genuinely, obviously fearful.
Right, and that's in whether you're dealing with, a simple poltergeist manifestation or an abduction, the keynote, the operative word seems to be fear.
Even so, you get to her house and she starts talking about the attacks and you're rolling your eyes.
Right. The minute she said that, I thought, oh my God. Normally when we reach a level in an investigation where it's obvious that people are suffering from some form of psychopathology, I just stamp the top of the form with a red P, meaning the person is emotionally disturbed, and we file it away. But we listened to her story. We thought we're there, might as well hear everything she's got to say. And she said that there were 3 male entities, 2 would hold her down, and 1 would attack her. And she described seeing various objects move and strange apparitions of this, like an Asian or Oriental type of a being, and that some of her children actually witnessed this.
She was being sexually attacked?
Not the sexual, but her being thrown around or bounced around the house like a rag doll. We took it all down and made some audio recordings and took a lot of notes, asked her a lot of questions about it, but we didn't really think it was worth pursuing because it seemed like she basically needed psychiatric evaluation.
So you put the P there.
And we thought, thank you very much for the interview, and if anything further happens, please feel free to call us. Here's our phone number at the lab.
Mm-hmm.
That was it, and she called. We thought that was the end of it. And about a week later, we heard from her, and she said that now her neighbor had witnessed it as well. Well, that took on a whole different dimension.
I understand. All of a sudden, let's go talk to the neighbor.
Well, you see, these types of investigations, you're dealing with what we call corroborative testimony, that other people have seen the same thing at other times, or multiple witnesses. Without that, and or your own observations and recording, it's the big fish story.
Yeah, I know, but once you've got that, it's all up 2 or 3 notches suddenly.
Right, so we went back a week later, and now this is interesting. It was August, it was still August, and it was very, very warm and muggy that evening, and yet the house was uniquely cold. It was distinctively cold. You'd walk in and you looked like you'd shiver. And the bedroom, where it seemed to be the loci of the phenomena, was particularly cold. Yet there was no draft or no breeze. There was no, air conditioning on in the house. We talked to her some more. She described, seeing strange things, and we listened. We talked to the neighbor independently of her. She told us pretty much reinforced what Doris had said, but we still thought it could be a case of hysterical, contamination. The people are just on edge and they're sharing stories.
Okay, Doctor, the first thing I've got to ask is, if I walked into a room where I suspected an entity and it was cold, I'd whip out a thermometer so fast.
Oh, we did. We brought some, and whatever the presence was in terms of the reduction in temperature did not register on any thermometer we had.
But you felt it?
Oh, it was very distinctive physically. I mean, it was like you'd walk in and you felt like, there was
Gotcha.
The AC was on full.
All right.
Anyway, this progressed. Now, my colleague was interviewing her in the kitchen, Doris, and, during the interview, this is one of many, we walked around the house talking with her, a lower cabinet door swung open, and a skillet flew out, taking a parabolic course across the kitchen, landing on the floor with a thud. It didn't fall. It arced out. It flew under its own power.
Now, your colleague saw this?
Yes. I was in another room at the time taking some controlled photographs, and he saw this, and he yelled, of course, I ran back in the kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
And we checked make sure there were no wires or springs or people hidden in the lower cabinets, and of course there weren't. And it was rather astonishing, and it progressed on from that point to where we began witnessing little things moving around the house, small objects moving. But it took on a bigger dimension where we began to see pops of light, little, what we called corpuscular masses of light that looked like little tiny comets flitting about the house. And
really?
Since fireflies do not occur out here, we were thought, what is this? So we began to subtly attempt to control the environment, sealing off the house from external light sources.
Right.
By doing this, it naturally amplified these weak light sources, and they were very distinctive and point sources of light that were self-luminous, flying about the house.
You could see them.
We saw them, and we did in fact capture one of them with a camera.
With a camera.
With a 35 millimeter camera with Tri-X film shot at a very high speed and pushed in development. What you see is a ball of light with a tail on it. And this depicted almost precisely what we were seeing.
Is that on your website?
Yes.
All right.
These pictures are contained in the book, and they're also on the site.
All right. We've got a link to your site tonight so people can go up and take a look.
Right.
Well, take a look, folks.
Right. Now, what's intriguing is that we began to, these lights were always greenish yellow, like a lime green. Why, I don't know, but they were distinctively colored in that way. I don't know why. We don't know what it meant. We began to see this. And there was also two other physical aspects of this, the early onset of the case. One was a distinctive odor, a pervasive stench of decomposing or rotting organic matter.
Oh, great.
And it was so profuse that a couple of people that came with us, assistants to help us, got very sick and had to leave the house.
Mm-hmm.
And this has happened, but we've had this prior to this and since then in many other cases. But another thing, which is the most common physical characteristic that we've encountered in 30 years, is the sense of overpressure. And the way I describe this is what you feel if you go in a deep pool at about 10, 12 feet where you feel tremendous pressure on your ears.
Of course.
But we get this at, basically at room temperature at sea level in these environments, and sometimes it's so severe that people go to grab their ears and hold their nose and blow to equalize the pressure in these station tubes.
Again, this I assume cannot be measured with the barometric pressure.
No, we tried that and we did nothing, but it seemed to affect people, but it didn't affect instruments.
Gotcha.
And this was quite intense, and it was very disturbing because everybody would kept holding their nose and blowing, and nothing happened. And the case evolved. It evolved further to where to see more brilliant balls of light that seemed to be responsive to our verbal commands, like we'd ask at things and things would show up in response to our questions or comments. And the son, her 16-year-old son, who had, by the way, witnessed one instance where Doris was bounced around like a rag doll. He went try to go to her aid. Something picked him up and threw him in the wall, flipped him over, and almost broke his back.
Good Lord.
And this, of course, terrified the son, and they tried to stay away from home as much as possible. We did see and record some more lights. But the lights we saw, what we recorded on 35 millimeter film, did not resemble what we saw. We saw balls of light flying about the room like comets. What we caught seemed to be time lapses, these arcs. One of the arcs frames Doris perfectly, as if it's like somehow related to her. And we didn't see this, but maybe our film speed or the shutter speed was too low. So it'd be like if you had a camera and trying to photograph stars, you didn't have a moving platform, you'd get a streak. This might be the same thing. We're getting a time experience.
Oh, I understand.
And it was very impressive. And some of the arcs demonstrate dimensionality in the sense that behind them, the walls meet at a 9-degree angle, yet these arcs are in free space, indicating that they're not projected against the wall.
You would immediately, I suppose, begin, if you could, experimenting with different speeds of film.
Yes.
Probably trying to speed it up.
Yes, and it didn't make any difference. We shot as fast as we could go, both in film and shutter speed, and we still got the same things. Now, we did submit these photographs, the negatives, for analysis by a number of people. One was the West Coast editor of Popular Photography in the mid-'70s, and he said he's never seen anything like these, and he couldn't even begin to explain their nature. In fact, in some of the pictures, the arcs are at almost 90-degree angles to each other, and the woman, Doris, is not even in the room, as if the phenomenon is present when she's not physically in that space.
Well, apparently it was.
Right.
Apparently it was. And she was, how frequently was this woman actually being attacked?
It's hard to say, because, we weren't there every night, but it was occurring like probably every couple of weeks or every couple of days at times, but what we saw was just quite phenomenal. Now, one evening.
All right, hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour. It's a great hook. We're talking about The Entity. They made a movie about it starring Barbara Hershey, but this is the real story. This is really what happened. And if you've heard this before, we're going to finish telling this story, and then we're going to move into new areas, specifically UFOs, which Dr. Taff has never talked about before. And I'll tell you why it is of particular interest to me. Aerial phenomena and PSI phenomena. Could they be tied? Stay right there. Back now to Dr. Taff. Dr. Taff, welcome back. We were in the middle of this story about the lights and the flying stuff and all the rest of this poor woman. This was in California?
This was in Culver City, California.
Culver City, all right.
1970, summer of 1974.
So it continues.
Well, today, no.
No, I meant the story.
Right, from when we left off. See, we obtained some photographs, and the lights were very interesting, but we couldn't tell how big they were. We couldn't tell the speed at which they were traveling because we had no reference. So we covered her bedroom walls and ceiling with black poster board and used duct tape to stick them on the ceilings and walls. And unfortunately, whatever the phenomena was, it again demonstrated its uncooperativeness or lack of cooperativeness, and it began tearing off the poster boards. And we got a frantic call at midnight from Doris, ran back down there, and it tore off the poster boards, tore off the paint and the plaster with them.
Wow.
And now, obviously, she could have done it, but she was a very small, diminutive woman, and I don't think she would go to this extreme to prove anything to us.
Okay.
But at the same time, the fuse box was torn out of the wall and thrown at her, some candelabras were thrown at her, but we still were suspicious. But beyond that, the investigation continued. Her son said there were some records that if he put on, there were some heavy rock albums that dealt with weird demonic garbage. And he said if these particular records were on, the phenomena would peak and, always occur. So just to see if anything would happen, we put the records on and we tolerated this insufferable music. And sure enough, when the records reached their peak, their crescendo, the lights appeared.
Well, they drove Noriega out with it,
Right. And at one point, a full apparition formed, not full-bodied, a half-bodied apparition from the waist up. You could see a large upper torso, arms, shoulders, neck, head of a very large bodied man, but you could make out no salient characteristics in the face.
You saw this?
We all saw this.
You
all fired off hundreds and hundreds of frames of film. This is before there were portable video equipment, so we didn't have that.
Might a person ask how the hell you managed to stand there with an apparition right in front of you? And now I understand that you're professionals, but even at that, how do you stand your ground? I'd be gone.
Well, your heart rate increases, but again, if this is what you're looking for, if this is why you're there, it would, be kind of foolish to, vacate the premises if what you're looking for finally makes an appearance.
Yep, you're right.
Now, at the same time, I should mention we had a couple of assistants who basically hit the floor when this happened. We heard thuds. We thought something flew off the walls, and it was two of my assistants basically losing consciousness based on what they saw.
Yeah, that would have been me.
And it was quite amazing. Again, the luminous apparitions were that same lime green color. And it was in the corner of the bedroom, and it was quite astounding. I mean, I don't know precisely how long it lasted, maybe a few seconds, but we fired hundreds of frames of film, yet film came back and there was nothing on it, which made us really wonder. So we took everyone's account independently. We all generally had a high degree of convergence upon what we saw. So what is it? The phenomena kept going, kept occurring, more things happened, more poster boards were torn down. We began to suspect that this is more of a poltergeist manifestation because it seemed to be occurring around Doris more than anything else. And as the case went on, I think we did bring in some film equipment because there wasn't portable video then, nothing we could bring in. And
sure.
That's when Frank DiFelitta came in, who ended up writing the book. And he saw a couple, beads of light and some flashes and arcs, but nothing as spectacular as what we'd seen earlier. And the last night we were at her house, this was on Halloween of 1974. It happened to be a full moon.
Great.
And nothing happened. It was just dead. I mean, literally, might as well be in a normal environment. Very disappointing, but these things, tend to occur. This phenomenon tends to be evasive and transient. The woman moved shortly after that, and we lost touch with her. She surfaced again a few months later with Frank DiFelitta's help, and we found her in Carson, which is a little south of Culver City, maybe 15, 20 miles south.
I know where it is.
And the phenomenon was back again. Now, what's more impressive than just the fact that it returned was the fact that people living on both sides of her who knew nothing about her horrible experiences and encounters began experiencing poltergeist phenomena shortly after she moved in, as if it was a proximity effect.
Wow.
And this is extraordinary because, these things are very rare to document, let alone experience. And so we were there. We saw the lights again. Some objects were thrown about the room. And, she again moved after that. She moved from Carson to to San Bernardino, from San Bernardino to Texas. And we haven't heard from her for many years, actually until the movie came out, which was in February of 1983. And by that time, it pretty much waned. It was all but, gone. So whatever it was seemed to be linked to Doris, not to the house, because we'd been back to the house, and no one that had lived there reported anything unusual going on. So whatever this was related to Doris, not to the house, which again suggests more psychokinetic activity. But again, manifestation of an apparition which was collectively observed, the balls of light which were photographed, the stench, the overpressure. What's going on?
Now, what do you think it was? In other words, do you now, after all this time, lean toward the poltergeist explanation? Or was this a haunting? In other words, you saw an apparition.
I don't know. I mean, obviously, based on what we think we know about this field of research, the evidence would more than likely suggest it was more of a poltergeist manifestation, but of a unique nature. Or this phenomena is so multidimensional in its nature, we can't really put our finger on it. We're sort of like the three blind men, touching an elephant, trying to describe it.
I remember you telling a story of a gentleman who ended up with a noose around his neck.
Oh, yes. Now, this case was even more spectacular. In my wildest dreams, I never thought I'd run into another case as unique, as extraordinary, and as spectacular as the Entity case. But in 1989, I received a call from a woman in San Pedro by the name of Jackie Hernandez. In fact, she was so worried that we might think she was emotionally disturbed. She had a friend of hers named Susan Collins initially. And she told us of seeing an apparition, disembodied heads in the attic and everything. And I thought, yeah, right, okay. But she described other events which were more typical of hauntings or poltergeist activity. So we decided to go out there. Again, August, which seems to be a big month for this activity out here. And the night we arrived, we walked in the house, that same stench, the same overpressure. And we started interviewing her. She described seeing numerous old male apparitions, a disembodied head floating at her in the attic, and objects being thrown around, fire spontaneously breaking out, strange lights, water coming out of the woodwork as if there were hoses attached to it. So, we listened, we're taping on videotape now, but we heard this strange pounding in the attic, as if a very heavy man was bouncing around the attic. We went up to the attic, and there was, of course, nothing. I went on this case with a number of other people who I worked with at the time. One is still my associate named Barry Conrad, and he's a professional videographer. Another was a man by the name of Jeff Wheatcraft, who apparently became the victim of this phenomena, which is what makes this case distinctive and unique among all the other cases I've worked on. He goes up in the attic, takes some pictures, and before he finishes the last roll, his camera is violently pulled out of his hands. Is dislodged, it's yanked out of his hands, and he comes out of the attic and he's shaking, and he's white as a sheet, and he's hyperventilating. And he told us what happened. We went up to the attic, we found the camera. The body had been separated from the lens, and they were on different sides of the attic, and yet they were totally unscathed. Like, they were in pristine condition, no damage.
Oh,
wow. What did it? We went back up there, and as we're looking around the attic to see what could have done this, we see Jeff being pushed across the attic as if some large invisible hand were shoving his back, and we see his back arch, and he goes lunging across the attic.
Again, Doctor, you saw this person.
Yes, we were there when this happened. And, we thought, well, whatever, we didn't see anything other than his body being pushed. But this was the tip of the iceberg. That night, I should say all of this is documented on video, and it is currently available. This case is currently available on a video.
Okay.
Which I'll give your audience the way they can get hold of it.
And I want to tell my audience again, listen to me, folks. All the photographs things you've just heard about are up on the net, including this latest photograph you're about to hear about. All you've got to do is go on my webpage, go down to Dr. Taft's name, click on it, and you will see the entity photos right away. They are astounding. Astounding. Seeing is believing. Anyway, continue to.
So the case, that particular night, there was some strange viscous liquid dripping inside the cupboard and near the kitchen, and it smelled horrible. It was a horrible stench. So we put some in the sample bag, thinking, we don't know what it was. We had it analyzed, and it came back as human blood plasma.
Human blood
plasma.
Coming from a cupboard.
Coming out of a cupboard. So we obviously tore the cupboard, some planks out of the cupboard, looking for
at least
anything stuffed behind there, as we always try to rationally, reduce prosaic explanations so we can rule them out.
Yes.
And there was no body back there, no animals back there, and we're left with, well, we don't know where it came from. What's human blood plasma doing seeping out of somebody's cupboard in San Pedro? So the case went on September, I think it was 4th or 9th. I don't have it in front of me. We're back again. We're again in the attic, and weird lights we're seeing, objects caught fire and things like that. We're in the attic, and we're about to come down. And the last person to come down was Jeff, because he was again curious. They heard sounds, and we heard this moan, like a yell. And the man who came down, who was starting to come down just before Jeff heard this, turned back and fired the camera at Jeff to see where he was going, because the attic was dark. And Jeff was basically strung up by a plastic clothesline that had wrapped itself around his neck in a bowline knot and pulled itself over the rafter on a bolt or a nail and was hanging him.
He was being hung by an entity,
by a force we couldn't see.
Now, somehow, some way, somebody got a picture of this. I mean, you can actually see him there strung up to this damn rafter.
Right.
How would anybody have the presence of mind to take a photograph? I mean,
because the only way, Gary Bain, who was the man who basically saved Jeff Wheatcraft's life that night, the only way he could see was by firing the flash in the camera, because he didn't have a flashlight on. He already pushed it down through the crawl hole. So he had to fire the camera, and in doing so, he captured the pictures. He would have fallen on his face if he tried to navigate that distance without a flash. So we have these pictures. Jeff, there were deep rope wounds in his neck, and to say he was traumatized would be an understatement. All he remembers is walking, suddenly blacking out, and then feeling like choking, and then Gary came to his rescue.
Well, what's happened to him? I mean, somebody who goes through this, I've got to tell you, professional or not only would I be out of there, but I think I'd be traumatized for the rest of my life.
But see, this wasn't the piece de resistance. This was only the beginning.
That'd be plenty for me.
Apparently, Jackie Hernandez finally moved out of there many months later. She moved up to Weldon, California, which is, I think, in Bakersfield or something.
Yes.
And, Barry and Jeff followed her. I couldn't because I had other things in my life going on at the time. And while in her little trailer house, Jeff was again attacked in view of at least 5 other people. The chairs and table began to shake. The room got icy cold. He was picked up, levitated with the chair. The chair dropped down. He was thrown up in an arc, hitting the wall where it met the ceiling and knocked out. Now, this was viewed by 5 other people.
Time to retire.
And we thought, they thought he was dead.
Yeah.
Basically, because he was unconscious, and he hit the wall with a resounding crack. And this is, if this is psychokinesis, this is the granddaddy of all psychokinetic manifestation. Now, they were using a Ouija board because they were playing around with it and began to say that the reason this thing was attacking Jeff was because he resembled the person's killer. Now, all of this is detailed in my book in great depth, and it is available in a video called An Unknown Encounter from Barcon Video Productions. Now, this is an 81-minute documentary with a, we have our own special soundtrack. It's sort of like a mini feature.
Right.
And almost everything that we experienced and we documented is in this video. And even more of this story is contained in the chapter in my book, chapter 3 called The Hazardous Haunting. Now, this case is unique because it's very rare for this phenomena to attack people. It's even rarer for this phenomena to attack those people investigating it. So this is unprecedented. And poor Jeff, his life has been turned inside down, and upside down, inside out. He's basically demonstrated symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder.
Of course. And
he's sort of withdrawn and become a mean, bitter, kind of distant person.
And he's not doing this work anymore.
He resigned after this, which certainly I don't blame him for. But I should say that, beyond what happened to Jeff, which was horribly traumatic.
How did that not happen to you? I mean, whether you're there to witness it or you're the one assaulted or whatever, how did that not happen to you? I mean, at some point, fine, you're an investigator, you're a scientist, but still in all.
Well, for some reason, in this particular case, whatever the phenomenon was we were dealing with, it seemed to take a particular interest in Jeff Wheatcraft. It attacked him probably 4 to 5, maybe 6 times during the course of this investigation. And again, if you believe anything coming out of a Ouija board, whether it's just psychic on the part of the people, manipulating the planchette, or it's something discarnate, who knows. It said, information came out that a man named Herman Hendrickson apparently had been drowned in 1930 in San Pedro Bay. And the Ouija board said it was Herman Hendrickson. And that his killer looked just like Jeff. His murderer looked like Jeff, and that's why he was after him.
All right, that implies, obviously, that there is, it goes to the whole nature of what is a soul and what is a ghost. What do you think a ghost is? There are really, in your opinion, there are real ghosts or just poltergeist activity?
Oh, no, I for one, I'd say that the vast majority of the cases I've investigated and that I know about, I'd say fall under the heading of poltergeist or, psychokinetic manifestations. But then we have those that are clear-cut hauntings, and I could discuss those later on this evening, but what we thought this case was a poltergeist manifestation, and we thought the reason the phenomenon was attacking Jeff is that Jackie Hernandez was very attracted to my associate Barry Conrad, who looks a little bit like Elvis Presley, and she felt that Jeff, his best friend and associate in his work, was an impediment to her growing closer, and she thought if he was out of the way, she'd have a clear path to getting closer to Barry.
Therefore, motive for the attacks.
Right. Now, that's great psychology, great psychoanalysis, but it doesn't explain it. It's theory, but, that's it. But, what makes this case even more of a conundrum is the fact that in 1996, a crew from Strange Universe went back to Jackie's original house in San Pedro.
Yes.
And she'd been gone from there for more than 6 years. And they went in the house with their equipment, which works very well. It's very reliable Betacam equipment. They don't experience problems with it. While in the house, it just shut off.
It shut off.
It just stopped. They come back out of the house, it mysteriously comes back on again.
Well,
they go back in, it turns off again. They come back out, it turns on again.
Okay, that argues, thank you very much, against poltergeist activity.
Exactly, which makes us think that we don't know what's going on, that we're babes in the woods, and it suggests that there may be something in certain environments that may infect susceptible people, like a psychovirus, and alters them energetically, that they can leave and carry some of it with them.
All right, on that note, stay right there. Dr. Barry Taff is my guest. We'll be right back. All right, back now to Dr. Barry Taff. Dr. Taff, we were talking about the nature of whatever these things are. One of my favorite movies of all time happens to be Altered States. God, I thought that was a good movie.
No, it's exceptional.
Now, in a sensory, it was all about a sensory deprivation chamber. And I've often wondered about these chambers. You're lowered into, I guess, some probably body temperature water or something, and they close this thing like a giant casket over you. And here you are with nothing to hear, nothing to see, nothing to feel, nothing to taste, nothing at all. All your senses are deprived. What can occur? I mean, I saw the movie, of course, but what really can occur?
Well, it seems that when normal sensory cognition is suppressed or inhibited, a subtler form of communication takes over. And regarding the paranormal in general, one of the best techniques for eliciting or provoking mental psi in people is called Gonfeld, which is not as dramatic as sensory deprivation tanks, but it's similar in the sense that it's like half ping pong balls over the eyes and sitting in front of a red safety light, and then white noise pumped through headphones into your ears. And what this does, it produces a sense of disorientation, and you can't tell if you're standing up or seated or whatever. You lose your spatial and temporal orientation, and your mental imagery stands out much more intensely in this condition than it does normally, because your senses are rendered essentially useless.
So, in other words, then you do eventually enter a true altered state if all senses are deprived, because you begin entering an area of the mind that you don't spend time in any other time.
Correct.
I hear you. I'm going to take you down several different roads, and you may not understand why I'm doing it, but I'll get there.
Okay.
I want to read a fax that I just got. Hi, Art. There was an excellent report on remote viewing the other night on Los Angeles UPN 13 with Major Ed Dames, a man I've interviewed. I'm sure you know who he is.
Yes.
If I had recorded it, it would be up on the web. It's one thing to hear him talking about it, but the report actually showed one of his top remote viewers actually work on a target. The target was chosen by the news cameraman, and the photographer chose the reference numbers. The target was a recent helicopter crash in L.A., and the remote viewer accurately identified not only the helicopter, but the cause of the crash as well, without any clues or idea what the target could have been. It was, in short, amazing. It really made a believer out of the reporter and a lot of other people, too. Looks like the Major's company, SciTech, is doing well. Thank you, David, in Central California. Now, we have talked about entities, ghosts, poltergeists, whatever in the hell they are. We've talked about altered states. And now, for a second, remote viewing. Is remote viewing, Doctor, in your opinion, real?
Oh, yes. I mean, essentially what remote viewing is, it's a combination of telepathy, clairvoyance, precognition, retrocognition. It's an integration of all these different aspects of psi that we've given a scientific label to, because science doesn't like terms like telepathy and precognition because it goes back too far in time. It rings more of psychical research than of modern science. But when remote viewing works, which is not all the time, but when it does work, it can be incredibly precise and detailed. And one of the reasons why there's such an attempt to, I guess, disinform people on what went on with the government's programs for the last 25 years was that it worked very well, and they never quite figured out, nor does anyone else, how it works or why it works. It's sort of like, again, we can't set the forest for the trees. And the people that spend all this money want to make sure that no one uses it against them. So what they do is they basically deny it worked. They reevaluate these statistical models and programs they had and said, it was coincidence, it was luck.
There's only one problem with all of that, and that is that I have interviewed almost every single one of the major players in the government's remote viewing program, and to the man, they may argue about this or that, but to the man, every single one of them said, of course it works.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. When it works, it's deadly accurate. Some of the details that came out of the work were very impressive. I don't care how you alter the numbers or how you reevaluate statistics. Information's information. The question is, what's going on? How is it that human beings can perceive events that are, remote to us in space, from us in space and in time?
And in time as well. That's right.
Because it implies that a part of our consciousness, basically, is linked to every other part of space and time.
Here. Now I'm going to yank you in another direction, and that is to UFOs. And your recent book, Aliens Above, Ghosts Below, Explorations of the Unknown, obviously begins to deal, if it talks about aliens, it has to deal in some way with UFOs. We have objects that are traveling through our atmosphere, plenty of documentation, believe me, government satellites and more, 25,000 miles an hour, zigzagging through the atmosphere. Totally impossible at least for us, without turning to pure jelly. So I presume we are not the ones doing it. A ton of evidence that UFOs are really something. We don't know what, they really are something. A lot of people are beginning to believe that rather than interstellar travelers, we have on our hands dimensional travelers. It's as good a theory as any other. What do you conclude when you look at UFOs and the whole alien phenomena?
Well, if these intelligences can travel vast, whatever they are, if they can, let's say we're looking at interstellar travel, not intergalactic, just interstellar for the most part.
All right.
If they can traverse the distances in real time, not over hundreds, thousands, or millions of years,
right,
they have to be able to travel through some sort of dimensional shift, whether it's, rotating wormholes or quantum singularities. Otherwise, they couldn't get here. So there may not be a lot of difference between dimensional jumping or shifting and interstellar travel at superluminal speeds. But the bottom line is, this technology that by whatever's visiting us is so superior to us, it would be like us looking at amoeba.
What made you take the leap from being a parapsychologist to, in some ways, becoming a ufologist in this book? I mean, what made you investigate UFOs? Why did you go after that?
Well, first of all, I've been reading about it since I was a child, but what really, for me, was the sort of the cornerstone of my divergence was the fact that we've had numerous cases that began as poltergeist outbreaks, and that evolved into abductions, or a CE3 or an abduction, or that began as a CE3 or an abduction and evolved into a poltergeist outbreak, or what we call paranormal fallout.
Really?
And the question is, why? Well, I mean, what's going on here? Why does one, and, this has been discussed by many other people. I mean, Jacques Vallée in Passport to Magonia and Invisible College, he wrote about this, and in his book subsequent to that, he's referenced it. There seems to be something regarding our consciousness and the paranormal, as if whatever these vehicles are, these technologies coming here, may use forces we call paranormal the way we use electromagnetism.
Well, we have so many reports of their appearing, disappearing, of morphing into different shapes, of doing things that, and I had a very, very interesting conversation earlier in the day with somebody that I've had dealings with for some time, Robert Bigelow. He's a gazillionaire, and he puts grant money into science, looking in past years at two areas, and that was life after death, whether there really is such a thing, and UFOs, or these objects that traverse our atmosphere that we know are here now. In my discussion with him earlier today, he's trying to decide where to put this grant money, basically, and come up with a way to decide where it would be best used. We both began to talk about our collective feeling that poltergeists, ghosts, remote viewers, UFOs, everything that we've just been talking about is, in the end, when and if we ever understand them, there is going to be a common thread through all of them. And it may have to do with dimensional travel. It's hard to say at this point. But what do you think of that idea that everything we just talked about is really connected?
Well, I'm convinced beyond reasonable doubt that this phenomenon is into the relationships between the paranormal and UFOs is definitely there. I mean, it's demonstrable, and it's very clear to anyone that's investigated this for a long enough period of time. The question is, it may tell us something about our reality, about the universe we live in, that we may not want to hear, and we may not be too comfortable with once we know it.
I agree with you.
Because it suggests very strongly that the universe is ordered, it is not chaotic, that there are intelligences vastly superior to us that understand it far better than we ever will, at least for the foreseeable future.
I agree.
And that we might be someone else's guinea pigs, and we may have been that for thousands of years, and there may be very high factions in, let's say, governments that might know this. And the last thing they want to do is tell the people they govern, oh, guess what? We're being manipulated by higher intelligences. There's nothing we can do about it. but continue to vote and continue to pay your taxes.
Mm.
And they can, oh, by the way, they can also violate our airspace at their discretion, and there's not a darn thing we can do about it.
Well, I think we're getting closer. And somebody with the resources of Robert Bigelow is perhaps just what I've been looking for and just what all science in this area has been looking for. It's absolutely riveting. In other words, there is something absolutely real here. And here was the second part of our discussion. I suggested to him, you recall the Brookings report, study done for the government that said things would fall apart if such a revelation were made. It's been 30 years since that Brookings report, and one of the things I suggested to him is that we commission another 30 years of movies about aliens and people like yourself telling us what's occurred in the paranormal world. 30 years since then. Let me ask you, if such a study was done today, what do you think the answer would be? If the question was, how would the American public react?
That's a hard question to answer, Art, because the problem, the reason it's hard, because it's a very subjective response, and that it's so subjective because, see, unless these things affect your daily life and alter what you feel about yourself and the world around you, people don't care. It's cocktail hour talk. It's, movie of the week stuff. It's going up to see the biggest blockbuster feature film about it. But when it affects your life, what you believe about where you come from, where you're going, what your family does, if you should pay taxes, if you should believe and trust your government, that's when and also the biggest thing, if it shatters your belief in your Godhead, in religion, and that's a real big thing for Western society.
My guess, and that's all it is because we'd have to do the study and maybe we're going to, but my guess would be that Brookings would be every bit as true today as it was 30 years ago. I'd almost be willing to lay money on it.
I think it'd be more true today because when I've lectured about this subject matter over the last, let's say, 25 to 30 years, and I bring this up, especially around Christmas or Easter.
Yes.
The reaction is almost knee-jerk in response. It's fear, it's paranoia, and it's extreme. The irritability level skyrockets.
Anger.
And anxiety.
A lot of anger.
It's like you're pulling out their humanness. You're telling them that they have a inconceivable past and an unimaginable future.
That's right.
And no one likes that uncertainty before them. And, it's like at some point we will be doing whatever these other intelligences are to other life forms. We're doing it on Earth today. We're just not as good as they are. We're acting as God to higher life forms because we can manipulate them genetically, biologically, chemically, neurochemically, whatever. These things can seem to be able to do it at a much more discreetly than we do, and they're better at it. Because they've been around longer, maybe.
Well, in your new book, what did you look at? When you looked at UFOs, what did you look at?
Well, the first thing was Chapter 7. It's called Anatomy of an EBE. And I made a very clear connection with the fact that a model for the dinosaur, for what it would have evolved into, called the dinosauroid, it was talked about in Omni in 1980.
Right.
That image is almost exactly what people describe when they're abducted. Now, is that coincidence?
I don't think so.
Are we seeing a species that evolved from reptiles into a humanoid reptile and is coming here and is playing God with us? Or is maybe as I said in Chapter 10, UFOs the bottom line, maybe these beings know something about our future we don't. And maybe we're being hybridized, as people like Bud Hopkins and Dr. David Jacobs say, because maybe they know we won't be here very long, or maybe there'll be a catastrophe, or maybe they're trying to populate a star in another system and recreate what they did here, but with a little minor alteration. And we're if we're being used as guinea pigs in genetic source material, that's not something you divulge to your population. I mean, look at Bud Hopkins' last book, Witnessed. It's an exceptional book, and assuming it's all as it appears to be, it's one of the most extraordinary cases on record.
Undeniable.
Right, and the bottom line is the only thing our government really cares about, in one line they frequently give out about UFOs is it does not represent a threat to national security.
Right. That's not denial of their presence.
Right. They've never said that. They say, well, of course there's no threat.
That's just sort of an explanation about why we don't investigate these things. Ha ha.
Right. Now, why, if there are no UFOs, why are they even saying there is no threat? See, that's another oxymoron. That's a double negative.
Well, lately, these UFOs, Doctor, have been showing up over our nuclear facilities.
Oh, yes, in the mid-'70s, they were various SAC bases and nuclear facilities.
Now, I don't know how the military defines threat to national security, but if it's not a threat when one of these things hovers above our nukes, then I'm not a talk show host.
Right.
Hold on, Doctor. We'll be right back. Dr. Taff, welcome back.
Pleasure to be back.
All right. Now, here we go. There are a lot of people that call my show. There are a lot of people worldwide who, with regard to the paranormal, the kind of thing we've been talking about tonight, say, look, I'm a big boy. I can take it. Let's have at it. Let's go. Let's see it. There are a lot of people that call my show with regard to UFOs who say, I'm an adult, trust me, I can handle this information, I can handle it, tell me, I want to know. In all of these different areas, we have people who almost run around welcoming the thing, saying, come on, tell me, I need to know, I want to know the truth, it won't bother me. A lot of people like that.
I know. And then when they encounter it, they have a fight or flight response.
Boy, are you right on the money. And I believe, that if another study is done, it will find that if there's a kind of revelation about all of this sort of stuff that we're talking about, UFOs, the whole parapsychological phenomenon area, that there will be some giant truth regarding where we came from, who we are, where we're going, what our future might be, whether we're under control of others, all that kind of thing. And if that is laid on the public, the reaction would range roughly from most people wouldn't go to work the next day to anarchy, with murders, with all sorts of out-of-control behavior.
You'd have the paradigm shift would result in total abject apathy.
You got
total, and your self-esteem and self-image would be forever shattered.
Belief systems up in smoke.
And the other problem is your belief in any authority would be forever destroyed. And would you dare write a check to the IRS every year?
Science, physics, all up in smoke.
Well, no, I don't think that.
Refiguring, they'd have to do a lot of recalculating.
All this would do is just expanding the various venues of different disciplines of science would expand to incorporate new technology and new awareness, just as it has over, hundreds of years. But the main thing, it would shatter our understanding of people and at a very personal level. It's a very personal thing. It's, for most people, it's like no big deal. But for the average person, like I said, if it doesn't affect their daily life, they don't care. But if it suddenly makes you question who you are and where you come from, and why are you working and beating your brains out, to what end?
So then, suppose you had in your hands the holy grail of proof. Mm-hmm. Now, how hard would you think before you let the world know about it? Before you said, all right, here it is?
Well, put it this way. Given the response that I've seen in teaching over the last 25 or 30 years,
yes,
and the response I've seen from articles I've written, talk shows I've done,
yes,
I say that if the government has any real substantial facts regarding, let's say, UFOs, and it's the can of worms is immense. I mean, it's not just they're coming here and we know it, but let's say they have influenced our past. And
let's say they know.
Right. I think it'd possibly be the worst mistake our government has made in its history.
Completely irresponsible to release that information.
They know darn well. This may be the first good thing the government's done in a long time. I mean, they may be protecting us from our own worst enemy, which is ourselves. No one's here to invade us. No one's here to conquer us. No one's here to subjugate us. the whole concept of the idea that every time a inferior culture meets up with a superior one, the inferior one's destroyed or assimilated.
Oh, yes.
I don't think that's applicable in this sense, because if it was applicable, we'd have already seen some indication of it. I just think that the government is looking at history to repeat itself, and they're going to make darn sure they don't basically, shoot themselves in the foot.
Right.
In this case, the head.
So the answer then, I guess, is if you really had the holy grail of proof, you would not necessarily release it?
I wouldn't. Not from what I've seen.
I don't think I would either.
Unless,
I'm being honest here, and people, what do you mean you wouldn't? I think that it's so serious that I wouldn't even need a visit from a couple guys in suits. I would intellectualize it in my own mind, and I would come to grips with the fact that this information couldn't be released.
Well, there are those academicians and scientists and philosophers and truth seekers who would obviously benefit, and probably their lives would be a lot better off from knowing the truth. But public in general, I think, would in no way directly or indirectly benefit from this information, because it wouldn't make people's lives better. It would make it worse. So to what end would you release this information and basically destroy the infrastructure, the socioeconomic infrastructure of our society? Why?
So would you then conclude to keep this secret forevermore, or would you begin a slow program of indoctrination?
Well, or desensitization.
That's correct.
It's hard to say. It depends on how we evolve as a species, how the human.
Because a lot of people think that's going on right now.
Well, people think that all these movies we're seeing are part of some big, vast, black program, covert program to indoctrinate. Hollywood makes movies like this because they make money. If they didn't, they'd stop making them. That's
You're
the bottom line.
You're exactly right.
And good or bad, if they make money, they work. If they keep making more. If they don't, they fail. Sci-fi has, the last more than 25 years, been a really big draw at the box office. So is, action adventure. I don't think they're making action adventure films to make us kill each other more frequently. They make them because they make money, real simple. But I think the course the government takes is going to be determined by how the public responds. But also, another thing is the media. And the media, unfortunately, has been very irresponsible in the way they've dealt with this subject matter for the last 30 years. They always have their ridicule factor.
I know.
And it gets to the point of such absurdity where, like, there was a flap in Michigan back in 1995 or 94.
I have a tape, yeah.
And people were seeing these huge glowing discs over their home, and the media's response was, quite typically, oh, it's the moon or Venus.
Oh, well, it wasn't, though.
And I thought, the obvious response is, if the average person growing up in America can't differentiate a dot of light in the sky, which they know is Venus, and the moon, which they've seen all their life, from a big glowing disc over their house, they need to be institutionalized.
Doctor, I've got a tape here with the radar operator at the National Weather Service calling these objects out as he sees them, sitting there going, oh my God, I don't believe this, over Michigan. So, that was absolutely real.
Right, but the media, their same ridicule factor. It's like, I think the reason, and you have to give some credit to the media at the same time. They've been exposed to such a quandary of garbage and disinformationists and quacks and people out to just make a quick buck, and liars and frauds and mentalists and whatever, and lunatic fringes, that you can't really blame them at some level for what they're doing, but at the other level, the news, let's say the media, is embellished, it's exaggerated, it's distorted, and it's hyped to get ratings. And if they know that the news that they're promoting or selling is, in essence, not real, not true, why should they believe anything anyone says? I mean, that's pretty simple.
Let's assume for a second that all of this phenomenon does have some commonality. Mm-hmm. If that's true, even though we both agree that exposure of the ultimate news would probably be impossible right now, if you wanted to fund some science work that would begin to try to lay their hands on what's going on by looking at all of these things and looking for a commonality and trying to find something with science as we know it, how would you proceed?
Well, the first thing you have to determine what it is you're going after. I mean, if you're going after UFOs, the different phenomena manifest itself in different ways.
I know.
As far as the UFOs, you don't know where they'll be, so you have to sort of be very mobile in order to get there. When you deal with hauntings or apparitions, they're sort of locked into space, so they're in a semi-controlled, a finite environment. You can go there, and it all comes down to instrumentation. The only thing people are going to believe in is instrumented recordings, is optical or acoustic recordings or imaging systems that show us information that we can pretty well determine can't be explained prosaically.
Okay, before I let it go, I don't want to do that. I know that you've got a recording or two. You mentioned that to me before the program.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have?
Okay, this is part of one of our archival tapes. This is from 1976, and this is a man, I should sort of set this up. This is a man who claimed that he was sort of abducted, and there were strange lights around him, strange sounds.
Yes.
We dumped him on his bed once, and we saw a ring of fire burst around him and shoot up in the air, but there was no accelerant on the bed. His kid kept disappearing and reappearing, and anyway, at one point my colleague and I were at his house, and he collapsed. He passed out. He started making these really weird sounds. Most of them are just rubbish, just gibberish.
Yes.
But there were a couple sounds coming out of his mouth that we recorded with our own amplified mic and our tape, which defy explanation because when put through analysis, they produce what pure sine waves, which humans nor animals can make.
Okay.
And it's a little spooky, and I'm not going to play the entire tape because it's far too lengthy, but I'll play an excerpt from it here, and you can hopefully hear it well enough to sort of get a grasp of what we dealt with.
Okay, this was done as the man was collapsed on the bed?
This is as the man passed out, and he was laying face down on the desk, and we kind of turned him over because he was, we couldn't hear him, and we put the mic up to his mouth, and he was sort of in a trance.
Okay.
And this is the sound that we recorded, okay?
All right, fire away.
Return to source. There's no room for you here. Leave. There's no room for you here. Leave.
Oh, my God.
Now, that's just in a small encapsulated version of what we dealt with. This was in March of 1976, and the last thing he said was, "Give me your lives," and, we just like, what?
What? No, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, that was the last thing he said was, "Give me your lives," and we thought, what? And it was very hard to discern, but there was a resonance in his voice that was inexplicable, and the first thing you heard was like a howling. That was the first sine wave.
Listen to me, that didn't even sound human. I mean, not even close. Now,
people that analyzed the tape, two different firms said that we were basically being fooled. This was a machine we were recording. This was not a human, because humans can't make sounds like this. And, what do you make out of it? I mean, that's those strange sounds, and I mean, we were there. I mean, it was my microphone.
Can you do me, just rewind it just a little bit and play a little more of it and then the end again? I want to hear where he said that.
Okay, let me see if I can.
Just sort of give it a best shot. Rewind a little bit.
Look at me. Wait.
Return to source. There's no room for you here. Leave. There's no room for you here. Leave. Give me your life. You cannot have our lives. Leave.
Oh, man.
Well, that was a little disconcerting.
Really weird. Boy, do I have something you need to hear now. I interviewed Robert W. Morgan recently.
Oh, the radio show DJ.
No. No, the Bigfoot investigator.
Oh, okay.
And he taped a Bigfoot.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a tape of a Bigfoot. And now that you've played that, I think you should hear this. A lot of science was done on the recording you're about to hear, and it also was confirmed that it definitely was not a human voice. It'll take a little listening. Listen to this. See if you can make out what's said at the end here. Now listen. That's it. They repeated it, obviously, what seemed to be speech at the very end there.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you think of that?
Well, it's pretty intriguing, to say the least. It was, I think I've heard clips of that elsewhere, but it doesn't sound very human.
No, it doesn't sound very human. And the voice you played definitely didn't sound human. How in heaven's name does such a sound come from a human mouth?
I don't know. I mean, the case didn't evolve into anything we could really sink our teeth into, but after a certain point, due to the distress and the trauma the man was experiencing, this was in Anaheim in 1976, his hair turned like white literally within a matter of days, and he was in his mid-30s. So
that would have done it for me.
And so, what do you make of this? And, we can't. I mean, all we know is we saw the fires erupt around him, and we heard of things happening. We recorded the sound, and we had it analyzed by some different people, and everyone said, you've been duped. This is a machine. I said, well, no, we were there. We ruled that out. It was not a machine. So, I'll tell you, I've lost more friends and acquaintances from discussing these types of matters and playing tapes like this. It's one woman I knew back in '93. She was dying to go to a haunting we had. We brought her out to one in Beverly Hills, and even though nothing happened, she knew enough about what had transpired prior to her coming on the case that she broke out in a cold sweat and ran into the house screaming.
Yeah.
And she goes, I can't deal with this. I just can't imagine these things happening and being around. She goes, I'd probably have a heart attack.
Well, I'm in that category. I'm so absolutely fascinated by all this, but let me tell you something. During a program I did, I can't remember when it was, a few months ago, my audience knows, all of a sudden, there was this gigantic, it's like 200 pounds hit my door, studio door, and I just about came out of my skin, and I opened the door quickly. Nothing there, nothing. I go into the other room, my wife's asleep, 3 cats asleep on the bed with her. That's it. Nobody else in the house. Now, I didn't see the door at the time, but there's no way that door could not have almost come off its hinges. I still have absolutely no explanation for that, but I'm saying this to illustrate, I almost became incontinent. I'm saying this to simply illustrate the difference between talking about it, hearing a tape, and having it happen to you. Mm-hmm. I almost came apart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen novice researchers run into things with a case in '92 where part of a room began to violently shake as if there was a localized quake under part of a room in a house. And one of our novice researchers just ran out. He couldn't take it. And I said, why were you scared? He says, the room was shaking. There was nothing making it shake, but I saw you people shaking, but we weren't. And yet the wall was shaking, and he said, how do you explain it? I said, I don't, but that's why we're here.
Right.
And it's luck.
Right. That's, to me,
got to experience it.
Normal human behavior, just to have the, what scared out of you. All right, doctor, can you stick around one more hour or so? Sure. We'll open the lines. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Oh, good. Dr. Barry Taft is my guest. When we come back, we will open the lines. And he may have another tape or two, if you can handle it, from the high desert, where it's 43 degrees. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM.